Hey, what's up? It's John from Coding Addict, and welcome to Serverless Functions video. In this video, we'll cover what are serverless functions and why we would want to use them in the first place, essentially why we should care. After that, we'll set up two APIs. First one, a basic API with local data, and second one, more complex API with nice graphical interface and Airtable as our data storage. What's really special, since we'll use serverless functions, we'll be able to set up both APIs without even a single line of server code and backend hosting challenges. Also, at the very end of the video, I'll show you how to add serverless functions to your React app. To give you a brief origin of this video, if you watched my React tutorial and projects videos, you know that I built some APIs to practice data fetching in React. Since I was getting a lot of questions of how I was able to do it using serverless functions, I decided to record a video where I explain everything in detail. Lastly, before we continue, let me just quickly mention that this video is part of my serverless functions course, where we cover more interesting use cases and setups of serverless functions. All right, and welcome to Netlify serverless functions course. And I guess let's start by answering the most pressing questions first. What is a serverless function and why should we care? So here's the deal. There are times when our app needs a dynamic feature. And even after that 20th Google search, we come to realization that the only way to do that is by setting up our own server. For example, accepting Stripe payment comes to mind. And while I have nothing against Node or Express Server, building and hosting a server just for one feature has two major issues. First, it takes time and it can be frustrating, especially the hosting part. Second, it seems like an overkill to set up the whole server just to handle single task. So that's where the serverless functions come into play. You see, with serverless functions, we can set up our desired functionality with less lines of code than you would normally do it by setting up the server, and still use our favorite programming language, which of course in our case is JavaScript, and without entering the wonderful world of backend. And of course, I'm not being sarcastic. Again, I like working on a backend, but there's times when you simply want to get the feature up and running instead of setting up the whole server. Now, before we continue, let me stress something. Despite what the name suggests, serverless does not mean that there is no server. It simply means that we, as front-end developers, are not responsible for maintaining it. So in short, serverless functions allow us to add dynamic features to our apps with little amount of code and without the hassle of setting up the server. If you would like to see all the serverless function examples we're going to work on throughout the course, feel free to visit the URL serverless-functions-course.netlify.app. Again, the URL is serverless-functions-course.netlify.app. And once you get there, as you can see, it's somewhat self-explanatory. These are all the examples we're going to cover during the course. Feel free to poke around and test them out, and you can do that just by clicking on links. So for example, this is going to be the basic API, where essentially we'll set up our local API. This is going to be a hard-coded data. Then we also have one with Airtable. We're also going to have example where we hide the API keys. So we'll build the weather app. But the main goal of this example is not to show you how to build the weather app. It is to show you how we can use serverless functions to hide our secret API keys. And also we have, for example, newsletter, and hopefully you get the gist. Now, I'm not going to spend half an hour going over each and every example. Just keep in mind that as you're watching this in the future, I might add some more examples, but I would want to show you a very neat one, the Stripe payment. So I'm going to navigate to the Stripe payment. And if you're not familiar with Stripe payment, the way we can accept the payment is not by directly communicating with Stripe. That is not allowed. So essentially, we would need to have a server that we would need to ping before we can submit the payment. And the reason why we need to ping our own server is because server would need to communicate with Stripe on the background and get the client secret. And only then, when we get back that client secret from our own server, from our own backend, only then we can submit the payment. Otherwise, of course, it would be highly insecure where somebody could come in on our front end and do some bad stuff. Now, I'll open up the DevTools because I would want to showcase what is happening. So I'm going to go to the sources and I would want to show you the app.js. So notice here in the app.js, I have hard coded this purchase. So again, normally this would be some kind of cart or a checkout page where essentially the user has put some stuff in a cart and now he or she wants to check out. But again, since our main goal is not the front end, I just hard coded these purchases. And in my array, I have 2 items and I also have 2 values for total amount and shipping fee. Now, this is a Stripe key that we can show on a front end. However, notice how the moment page loads, we actually communicate with our serverless function. And we can clearly see that because the URL is pointing to our own server. And what we're doing, we're passing this data to the serverless function. And then the serverless function in the background communicates with Stripe. And we can also see that if we navigate to the network, and I'm just going to go with XHR and fetch option. And if I refresh, we can see that we are making a fetch request to our serverless function. So then the serverless function returns that client secret that we need in order to submit the payment. And only then the user can, of course, submit the payment. So now, of course, I'll enter those test values and some dummy values for the zip code and the date. And now once we click pay, this is where we communicate with Stripe. So again, without setting the whole server, we can set up this functionality with very little effort. Hopefully this gives you a very good idea of what the serverless functions can do, and I'll see you in the course. When it comes to serverless functions, pretty much all of the major cloud providers offer some variation of them. But of course, the format will differ from service to service. For this course, we will use company by the name of Netlify. So in order to host your functions, basically deploy your project with functions on the web, you'll need to sign up for a free Netlify account if you don't have one already. Now, before we continue, let me be very, very clear. I'm not sponsored by Netlify. I have zero affiliation with Netlify. And at the end of the day, I could care less which provider you end up using. The reason why I picked Netlify is because they offer generous free tier and they make it very easy to get up and running with serverless functions. Even without an account, you'll be able to test all the functionality locally. And the main goal of the course is to show you the endless world of possibilities serverless functions offer, not to boost a affiliation program. And while we're on the topic of services, during the course, in order to test some features, you will need to create few other free accounts as well. For example, Airtable, for example, Stripe, Button Down, and Mailgun. Similar to Netlify, all of them have generous free tier. And the reason why I picked them is because of easy setup, not a sponsorship or affiliate program. Keep in mind that it's impossible for me to show you how, for example, email subscription works without using any external service. And if you aren't happy with my choice for the service that I picked, there are plenty of alternatives you can choose from. And even though format might differ, the main setup will be extremely similar. So if you don't have one already, I would suggest navigating to netlify.com and create a free account. If you poked around the examples, you probably noticed that I used straight up HTML, CSS, and vanilla JS for the front end. And that was done on purpose. You see, when it comes to serverless functions, essentially we have 2 parts. We have the front end that communicates with them, and then we have the serverless functions itself. Now, when it comes to front end, serverless functions are framework agnostic. meaning you can use them with any framework you would like. Because at the end of the day, all we're doing is sending requests to specific endpoints. And after that, doing something based on the response. I could have went with React, my framework of choice, but the reason why I went bare bones HTML, CSS, and JavaScript route is because I don't want to make it difficult for people who use different framework. For example, Vue. The general setup is exactly the same for any framework you use. Just implementation, of course, will differ. Trust me. If you can set up functionality with Vanilla.js, you can definitely do it with any framework. With that being said, at the very end of the course, we will build an example app with React and serverless functions, just because I keep getting these questions, how you would do that, and also because the React currently is the most popular front-end framework. And also, there are some gotchas that I would like to cover when it comes to React app, serverless functions, and deploying them on Netlify. As far as course requirements go, they're not that many. My expectation is that you're familiar with common HTML tags, simple CSS rules, and some basic vanilla JS functionality, specifically HTTP or AJAX requests. And as far as the dev environment setup, in order to follow along with the course, you will need a node installed in your machine because we'll use some npm packages. So if you don't have it already, please install node on your machine. Now, since it's somewhat of a advanced course and it's very hard to troubleshoot your local environment, I'm not going to cover node install. Essentially, it's as straightforward as it gets. Just navigate to nodejs.org, pick the operating system, and then answer yes to all the questions. If you hit some roadblocks, please utilize your favorite search engine, since, like I already mentioned, it's extremely hard for me to troubleshoot your local environment. If you type node -- version in your terminal and you get a version number, you are in good shape. So navigate to nodejs.org, pick the operating system, which, by the way, they already suggest for you. Then pick the version you would like to install. And then once you're done answering yes to all the questions, you should be able to navigate to your terminal or command prompt if you're using Windows. And then you can just type node -- version. And if you get the version number back, you are in good shape and you can move on to the next video. When it comes to my text editor, I prefer using Visual Studio Code, but of course, you can follow along with the course even if you use different text editor. As far as extensions and settings, all the default config options are just fine. Now, if you are interested in my overall setup and extensions that I use, just head on over to my GitHub and look for the repo VS Code Setup, all caps. So let's imagine that you are interested in my text editor setup. Like I said, just navigate to my account, which is John-Smilga, and then look for all caps VS-code-setup. And in the README, you'll find all the extensions that I use and a short explanation of what the extension is doing. And if you want to see my settings, just navigate to settings JSON. And in here, you'll be able to find my text editor settings. In order to follow along with the course, you'll need a starter project, and you can get it by visiting johnsmilga.com. Again, the URL is johnsmilga.com. And once you get to the site, just scroll past the courses. I mean, if you want, of course, you can enroll in the Serverless Functions course, but what you're looking for are the projects. And if it is not in the latest project, just click on all the projects. And then more specifically, you can filter for serverless. And then in the card, you have 3 links. You can visit the complete project. You can take a look at the complete source code. And what you're looking for are the starter files. And then once you navigate to the repo, again, the repo name is Serverless Functions Starter. Then you can just continue watching the videos. Beautiful. And once we navigate to the repo, we have a few options. We can clone it. we can fork it or we can simply download. And I think in my case, I'm going to go for clone option. So I'm going to grab this URL and I'm going to navigate back to my desktop, open up my terminal, zoom in, just so you can see that there's no cheating. And I'm going to go with CD desktop. So now, of course, I'm navigating to the desktop. If only I could type though. So desktop, and then we're going to run git clone, and then we pass in the URL. Then I'm going to use my text editor, and I'm just going to open up new window, drag and drop the folder. And before we do anything, before we go over the setup, which is something that I'm going to do in the next video, I would want to do two things. First, I would want to remove the remote URL from the Git. So essentially, I'm just going to remove the whole Git folder. So that way, when you initialize a new Git repo, it's not going to be pointing to my repo because that is important. And then the second thing, we'll install all the dependencies. And again, I'll talk about the dependencies and the whole setup in the next video, but since it takes time, we might as well do that right now. So at the moment, I opened up the integrated terminal in Visual Studio Code, and the command is control and tilde. And by the way, you can find it here as well. So we need to go to view, and then let me zoom in. Command you're looking for is this one, where we open up the terminal. And like I said, first I'll remove the Git folder, and then we'll create one from the scratch. So in the Mac, the command is rm, rf, and then git. And if you're using Windows, please Google the alternative method for Windows. So now I remove the Git repo, and now of course I'll create a new one. So we're gonna go with git init. So that creates a new repository. Now I would want to install all the dependencies that I have in a package.json. And the way we do that, we run npm install. That's all. That's all we have to do. We run that. And then, like I said, in the next video, I'll cover the general setup of the star project. And before we enter the wonderful world of serverless functions, let me just quickly cover what you are going to find in the star project. So we have one folder for the assets. So these are the assets we're going to use throughout the project. As you can see, there are not that many of them. There's few images as well as data.js file. And of course, I'll talk about them when we actually use them. Then we have examples folder where we'll do half of our work. So the other half is going to be in the serverless functions folder, which we haven't created yet. And I'm going to talk about the examples at the end of the video because I think it's just going to make a bit more sense. Then we have git ignore, since we're using the source control, since we're using git. These are just files that are going to be ignored. And of course, the most important ones are the node modules. And by the way, if you want to see node modules, just click refresh because, of course, we ran npm install. So we should have the node modules folder. And also we have .env where we're going to keep our secrets. Then we have global CSS. So this is just a CSS file with my general styles as well as index HTML. And you might be tempted to open this up straight up in a browser. And technically you can do that since we do have the index HTML. However, there's one gotcha. And let me show you the gotcha. So for example, I can navigate to the folder. You can see that I have the index HTML and I simply double click. And technically, yeah, I can see that the app is working. However, it's not going to work when it comes to the serverless functions. Why? Well, because in order to run our serverless functions, the Netlify serverless functions, we need to run them on the server. So we have two options. Either every time we're going to make some kind of update, we need to push our project to production. Essentially, we need to redeploy it to Netlify, which, as you can guess, is a bit annoying. And the other setup is actually using a package, the Netlify package, the Netlify CLI package that sets up that production environment on our local machine. And that was one of the reasons why we have this package.json. And if you're not familiar with package.json, essentially it is a manifest file for our project. And essentially, this is a Node app. And the way it works, we have in a package.json all the packages that we're going to be using. Now, let me repeat what I said already before, where our front end is going to be framework agnostic. So our front end is still going to be vanilla HTML, vanilla CSS, and vanilla JavaScript. However, these are the packages that we're going to use on our backend, essentially when we're setting up our serverless functions. And let me also mention that if you're not familiar with Node, don't panic. Effectively, there are only a few things you need to know. Package.json is the manifest file for the project. So this is where we have our dependencies. Node modules is the folder where we keep all dependencies. And the last thing is going to be the import and export syntax, which I'm going to cover once we create our first function. And again, the whole point of the serverless functions is that you don't need to know those things about Node. You don't need to know how to set up the Express server or something along those lines. So if you're not familiar with Node, again, don't stress about it. There's not much you need to know. And with that said, in package.json, in dev dependencies, you'll find package by the name of netlify-cli. And what this package allows us to do is to set up that Netlify production environment on our local machine, because we install that Netlify CLI, and then we have access to the command of netlify dev. The way I did it, I set up a command by the name of netlify. So you just need to run npm run netlify, and that will spin up the netlify dev server. So let's try to do that. In a console, I'll clear everything. I'm just going to run npm run netlify. Now, before we continue, let me just mention something. Where normally you would install this globally, and the command, of course, for that one would be npm, or I guess in a Mac you would need to add sudo since you're installing globally, and then the command would be sudo npm install -g and then netlify CLI, because of course that way you can use that package in all your projects. And netlify CLI does more than what we're going to do throughout the course. For example, you can even log into your account and do all kinds of cool stuff. And that's why you would install this globally, so you can use it in every project. Now, the reason why I went the local route, why I wasn't showing how to install globally, because most of the time when I introduce some kind of global package to any of my courses, there's always this one student who gets all kinds of bugs and then gets really frustrated. So as a test run, I decided to add this to the dependencies. So essentially to avoid installing global package. We'll see how it goes. Maybe it's going to fail miserably, but hopefully it works better where this is just added to dependencies. So then you install, you don't need to install anything globally. This is added right away to your dependencies. And then of course you can right away use it. Now, the reason why I'm telling you that, because once in a while you might see me type this. You might see me typing netlify dev directly, because of course I have installed this globally. So maybe sometimes automatically I might type that. Now, don't freak out. Again, I'm not cheating. Essentially, you can still run this npm run netlify and it will still work. This is a command, so of course you can change it if you don't like the name. Just remember to run npm run first, and then whatever is the new command name if you changed it. And once we run the npm run netlify, we spin up the dev server. And once we spin this up, we should see a nice info that our server is running on HTTP and then localhost 8888. Now, let me mention something where, yes, in our case, of course, we're using just straight up index HTML. And then, of course, since the index HTML is a root, that's why we are right away directed to our homepage. But if, for example, you have for your front end a React app, or you have a Gatsby app or Svelte or whatever, Netlify CLI is very smart. Where Netlify CLI is going to detect what front end are you using, and it's going to spin up that server as well. Now, again, this is a little bit outside of the scope on this course, but I just want to let you know that you're not limited to running Netlify CLI only with just straight up vanilla HTML. You, of course, can do that with your favorite framework as well. And once you navigate here, like I said, we'll be served this homepage. And what's really cool is the fact that now, of course, we can set up our functions, because essentially we have this production environment on our local machine. Now, one downside to this one, and of course, we'll cover that once we get to the functions, is the fact that every time you create a new function, so not when we modify some existing function, but every time we create a new function, we need to stop the server, and we do that by Control C, and then spin it up from the scratch. So again, we go with npm run and then netlify, or if you have installed the package globally, like I have, you just run ntl dev, which is just short for netlify. You run this, and one downside of that is that it opens up another new tab. So that's a bit annoying, where again, every time we create a function, and of course, in our case, there's going to be quite a few functions that we're going to create. Well, then, of course, we need to set it up from the scratch, and we'll have this new tab. Unfortunately, that is the current setup. Hopefully, by the time you're watching this, it's not the case anymore. But if it is, I guess that would be one downside of this whole setup. But apart from that, it is really great because, again, we can have this production environment on our local machine. So let me close this tab, and notice here, this is of course going to be my final project where I'm going to be showing you how the examples are going to look like. And you know what, while we're still at it, let's go to index.html. You'll see that there's not much to it. Pretty typical index.html file. I'm just going to go with serverless functions, and I'm just going to say here star, or you know what, I'm just going to delete the whole thing, and I'm just going to say starter here. So that way, when I look at the tabs, I can see that this is a complete project, and this is going to be my starter. So we have this nav here where we can just navigate back to the homepage. So as we're going to be navigating from example to example, we can always go back home. And that's it. We just have a list, and each list item just points to examples directory. And in there we have folder for every example. And in that folder, since again, we're just using straight up vanilla approach with index.html and CSS, as well as app.js, we are just pointing to the index.html in that folder. So that's why when you navigate back to the homepage, you can see that once you click here, of course, this is going to be our first example. Then you can go to the Airtable one. Of course, we still have the loading because we haven't set up the functionality, but hopefully you get the gist, where every time we're going to work on a project, you'll simply navigate in your browser to that particular project. And then in the Visual Studio Code, in your text editor, of course, we'll also navigate to that folder and set up the front end. Now, I purposely added this starter here as well. And this is the folder that I used as a starter for all my examples. And then, of course, I modified them as I set up the example. So in the examples directory, like I said, you'll find all the examples we're going to work on. And then what you're going to find in the folder, all the folders are going to have this index.html, which is just going to have some CSS. So notice here how we're importing global CSS, but there's also going to be a specific style CSS just for this project. And the reason why I added that, just in case you would ever want to check, hey, listen how he did this or that CSS, you can find this styles CSS. So there you'll find styles specifically to that project. But if you want to see the global ones, of course, just navigate to the global CSS and you'll find the files. Again, there's not much to it, but if you ever want to see how I set up some kind of CSS, you can definitely do it in a global or the particular one for the project. And then I can tell you honestly that most of our work we're going to do here in the app.js, since this is somewhat of a advanced course and I don't want to waste your time on setting up the HTML and CSS. HTML and CSS is prepared. Now, the only thing we will need to do on our front end is to work on the logic. So this is where we'll communicate back and forth with our serverless functions. And if at the moment it doesn't make sense, trust me, by the time we're done with first example, it's going to be clear how and why we're doing that. And the last thing that I would want to mention, all the front end examples we can set up with built-in fetch API. It's definitely doable. Now I went with script here and I'm importing here Axios. And if you're not familiar with Axios, it's just an awesome front-end library that we use to set up our requests, our HTTP requests. Now, why I went with Axios, because in my opinion, they have a bit cleaner API, so it's a bit easier to use, especially since our main focus is serverless functions. So I wouldn't want to waste too much of your time by writing lines and lines of code with the fetch setup. That's number one. And also, in my opinion, their error handling is way better, where we get a bit more clearer messages of what are the errors. And that's going to be very important when we're setting up our serverless functions. That's why in here, in the index.html for every project, you'll get the script where effectively I'm just getting the Axios library. And that's why in our app.js, where we'll set up our logic, we'll have access to the library. That's why we'll be able to do it. But again, you can set up everything using fetch. You don't have to use Axios. It's not like just because we're using serverless functions, we need to use Axios. No, you can definitely use fetch. And by the way, Stripe example is going to be with fetch because that's what comes from Stripe docs. That's our general setup. Like I said, we have index.html where we can navigate from one project to another project. And now, of course, I think we're ready to build our first Netlify serverless function. All right. I know that you're eager to start working on our serverless functions. So let's create our first one. I'm going to close all the tabs that I have currently open in my text editor. And also in here, I mean, we can leave the URL because we'll change it in a second anyway. So I guess the tab can stay the way it is. And we need to do two things. First, we will need to set up Netlify TOML file where we tell Netlify where the functions are located. And then, of course, we need to create a functions folder with our first function. So let's do first the TOML file. So we need to navigate to the root, and the place is very important. So please do that in the root. Don't do it in examples or assets. So I'm going to zoom in just so you can see a bit better. I'm going to go with new file, and then the name is Netlify, and then dot and TOML file. So the code inside of this file is going to tell info to the Netlify. So Netlify is going to know what to do with our functions and some extra custom setup that we're going to add a bit later. So that's number one. And then number two, we need to create that functions directory. So again, in the root, we're going to go with new folder and we're going to call this functions. And then I'm going to zoom out actually. And notice here how I'm toggling the sidebar, and I do that with Command B. And I'm going to start in my Netlify TOML file. And the syntax is following, where we go with build, and then we just say functions, and then the location of our folder. So I go here with functions is equal, and then since my functions is located in the root, we just go with dot / functions, and then we add the quotation mark. So that's the syntax, okay? Then once we're done with our Netlify TOML file, now of course we need to go to the functions directory. So again, let me zoom in just so you can see. And then we would want to create a new file. Now, I'm a bit annoying where I like to have all my functions in order. Definitely you don't have to do that, but in my case, since I will have multiple functions, I like to do one and then hyphen and then the name. Now, it is a bit harder later to access it. Of course, it would be easier if it would be just hello. But in my case, I'm sorry, I'm just a bit annoying where I like to have my functions in order. So when they're displayed, they're going to be one hyphen hello, and then second hyphen, and then the name of the function. You don't have to do that, but in my case, that is going to be my approach. So we're going to go with one hyphen and then hello. Now, the function name is really up to you. Just later, when you try to access the function, if you name this function differently, please also use your own name. Don't complain if you cannot access your function using my name. So we need to go with one hyphen hello JS, like so, or however you would want to call your function. Just add the JS extension. And the way we're going to do that, let me quickly type the most basic syntax. Let's get it up and running so we can see that our function works. And then in the next video, I'll cover every piece of syntax in great detail. So we need to go here with exports, which just signals that we're exporting, and we're going to be exporting a function by the name of handler. And this function needs to be async. We have access to few parameters that Netlify provides, and you can call them shake and bake or taco or burrito or whatever. But a common practice is calling them event and context. And then there's optional callback one that I'm going to cover in next video. And I'm going to set this up as a arrow function, as you can see. And then we always want to return from this function. As you can see, we're returning a object. But of course, since this is async, and by the way, I messed it up. It should have been here async, my bad. And then, as you can see, we're returning object, but we know that from a synchronous function, of course, we are returning a promise. And again, something that I'm going to talk about it in greater detail in the next video. But as far as the logic inside of this object, we go with status code, and we're going to go here with 200 and then the body. So essentially, what data are we returning? And I'm simply going to go with our first, and let me just capitalize them just because I'm annoying. And we'll say function example. And that's it. That's all we have to do. Now, we should be able to access this function if we navigate to our domain, which, of course, in our case is localhost 888. But then once we set this up in production, this is going to be our actual domain. And then we go with /.netlify and then / and then whatever is the name. Now, you don't need to add JS, but in my case, of course, that is going to be one hyphen hello. But notice how I said should, because if you remember in the previous video, I mentioned that every time we create a new function, we need to stop the server first, and then we need to run npm run, and then of course the name was Netlify, or if you have it globally, then ntl dev. So once we spin the sucker up, now of course, like I said, it's going to be annoying where we're going to get a new tab, and then in the URL, again, let me zoom in just so you don't think that I'm making this up. We need to go with / then Netlify, and as you can see, I have a bunch of examples already. And we need to go with Netlify functions and then the name. And you know what? I think I made a bug over there. So we need to go with a Netlify and then functions here. My apologies. Should be / functions / and then the name of the function. So we go here with functions and then the name of the function, which of course in my case is hello. So once we go here, check it out. We have our first Netlify function example, which is extremely cool. Now, if you think that I'm overreacting just because I'm so happy to see one string displayed on a screen, trust me when I say this. If you have ever set up the Express server that just serves this one simple string, you know that you need to jump through way more hoops than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines of code. That's it. That's all we have to do. In a matter of a few minutes, we have backend up and running that, of course, eventually will do way more than just serving up the string. But like I said, if you have ever set up the Express server, you know that just the setup is way more lines of code. And then when it comes to deployment, it's even more hassle. But with serverless functions, that's all we have to do. We need to tell Netlify in a TOML file where the functions are located, and the syntax is build, and then functions is equal to the folder, which in our case, of course, is the functions. And then in the functions folder, we need to create a function. And we just do that by creating the JS file with some kind of name, which in my case is 1-hello. Then we have the syntax, which I'm going to talk about in great detail in the next video. And then once we set up the function, then of course we can access that function in the domain, then .netlify functions, and then the function name. That's all. That's all we have to do. And that's where the real magic starts, because we can do all kinds of functionality in this function and then return all kind of cool data. Even though at the moment, you can just see our string of our first Netlify function example. And once we have our first function up and running, now of course, let's dissect the syntax. And we're going to start with this export. So what's up with this beast? Well, we need to understand that we are in the Node ecosystem. And in Node, there is a different syntax for exporting and importing. So if you're familiar with ES6 modules, you know that the import and export statements are following, where we go with import and then the name and then from. Or if we're exporting, we can go with export and then named export, or we have export default and then whatever is the name. So in Node, they use this common JS syntax where essentially we go with exports, and then there's also module.exports, where essentially we export from this file. That's it. That's all we're doing. And then, of course, after the dot, we need to specifically say, well, what are we exporting? And in our case, as you can see, we're exporting a function, and the name here is important. So Netlify is looking for this function by the name of handler. So don't call this shake and bake. And as far as the function that we're exporting, you're probably wondering, hey, what's up with this? Why there's a sync over here, but essentially we're not using await? Well, the reason for that, because we need to return a promise. And we know that every asynchronous function by default will return a promise. And the third parameter that we can access is actually callback. So if you don't like this approach, then we can also set up the callback. So how's that going to look like? Well, I'm going to comment this out because, of course, we will go back to it because, in my opinion, the syntax is a bit cleaner. But if you don't want to go the async route, you can just remove the async and then call the callback function. And then the first parameter is the error, which, of course, in our case is null. And then we do the same thing, where basically we return a object over here, or we pass in the object. That would be probably a bit more correct. And we go with status code, and I'm going to go with 200. And then also I'll say body, and let's just change it around and say hello world and exclamation point. So once I save, like I previously mentioned, we don't have to restart the server. Now, when we go in the browser and navigate to the Netlify functions and then 1-hello, we should see the hello world. So this is another approach you can take. But like I said, in my opinion, the async approach is a bit cleaner. That's why throughout the course, we'll stick with that one. So let me delete the callback line. And I'm going to go back to async function. And of course, this is what we're returning. Now, what about the other two parameters that are supplied by Netlify? Well, the event is going to have a bunch of useful info about the incoming request. And in a second, don't worry, we'll console log it So it's going to make a bit more sense. And then the second thing is the context. So this is going to explain the context where the function is running. And we're not going to use this in this course, but you can get, for example, a very useful info if you use the Netlify's authentication setup. And the name for that setup is identity, I believe. And there, for example, you can get the info about the user that is accessing the function. Again, we'll console log both of them, but throughout the course, we'll mainly use the event. Now, keep in mind one thing though, when we console log these parameters, we'll be console logging them here on a server. And in our case, of course, that server is going to be here in the terminal. So there's two places. We, of course, can console log also in the front end. And then, of course, we'll check for the responses in the browser. In this case, when we're console logging, we're not console logging in the browser. We'll be console logging on a server. So let me just go here with event first. Let's save. And then, of course, now we need to navigate to our function one more time. And that's when we will invoke the function. And that's when we can see the info about the incoming request. So, for example, this is going to tell us the path. This is going to tell us the HTTP method. And don't worry, I'm going to talk about the methods in later videos. Then we have, for example, query string parameters and all kinds of useful info. And don't worry, once we get to specific example, of course, if we'll use the event, I'll talk about that specific property in great detail, since I don't see the point of covering every single property that is on that event object. And the second thing is going to be the context, where we do the same thing. We go with context. I'll save it. Again, we need to invoke the function, so we navigate to the URL. And once we come back here, like I said, this is just going to have a bunch of useful info about the context that the function is running. And then, for example, this is going to be that client context where you can get the info about the user if you're, for example, using Netlify identity, but we're not going to have that example in the course. So I'll leave the callback for now. Just for your info, I will remove the console. And now, of course, we arrive at the return. So there's two things that we need to return. We need to return a status code, and I'll spend the next video talking about the status code. So for now, just remember that 200 is a success. And then we need to have a body. Now, we always want to return a string. That's a must. So you cannot pass in the object. Now, the difference is that if you have the object, you can stringify it. So let me showcase. Of course, in our case, we just have the string altogether. So we just pass it and we're good to go. But imagine this scenario where you have const, and I'm not going to be particularly original. I'm just going to say person, and the name will be John. If you try to pass this sucker into the body, and you'll say body is equal to the person, there's going to be a big fat error. And there it is. We have your function response must have a string body. You gave object blah, 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 blah. And then in my console, in the browser console, I can see that, hey, listen, there's an error. We don't have anymore the status code of 200. We have essentially 500. And if I go back to my terminal, I can also see the error. Now, in order to avoid that, we simply go with JSON, and then there's a method of stringify, and we pass in our object. So if you have any other data type apart from the string, then of course you need to stringify it. So I'm talking about arrays, I'm talking about objects and all of that. So let me go back. And now there it is. So I'm kind of skipping ahead a little bit because this is our second example where we'll set up the API, but you should see this value in the console. And now let me see, what is my zoom level? Yeah, that should be 150. So we are in good shape. So those are the basics about the syntax. Of course, this is the most basic example. There's going to be more things that we're going to add to it, but we have exports. We just say that we're exporting. This is a function by the name of handler, I'm just setting this up as an arrow function. We set this up as a sync because it returns a promise, and that is very important. And then we have event and context parameters that are being supplied by the Netlify. So there's nothing we need to do with that. They're just being supplied. We will have to dissect some values later on if we would ever want to access them. And then in a function body, we always want to return an object with at least status code and then the body. So notice what happens if we don't do anything. For example, I'm just going to comment everything out. Again, we have the error because Lambda response was undefined. Check your function code as well. So Netlify is like, hey, listen, buddy, I'm kind of hanging here. What is happening? Why there's no return? That's why we need to return. We have status code that we're going to cover in greater detail in the next video. And then the body that always needs to be a string. So for reference, I'm just going to comment this out, of course, but we're going to go back to our previous example. And I believe that was what? Our first Netlify function or something along those lines. So let me go with body, our first Netlify function example. And I would also suggest going back to the string because we'll use that in our first example. So just change it back to the string. That should do it. And I'll see you in the next video. All right. So we're clear about the syntax that we currently have in our first serverless function. But what's up with this sucker, the status code? Why do we need that? And in order to explain it better, I'm going to use my favorite friend by the name of Google. And essentially, I would want you to Google two things. First of all, let's go with HTTP request. And then the second is going to be the HTTP status codes. Now, for the request, I would want you to go to the images, and I'll explain why in a second. And the second search is going to be HTTP status codes. And here, most likely the first resource is going to be linked to a Mozilla website. So that's, of course, where I would want you to navigate. So big picture, what's happening? Every time we open up our browser, we are sending HTTP messages, HTTP requests. So imagine that this is going to be our computer and this is the server. Now I'm purposely going with Google images. I'm not creating my own because that way you can check which image actually makes the most sense for you. In my case, I think I'm going to go with this one, where essentially we have our laptop or our computer or whatever, and we're sending a request to the server. Now, in this cycle, we are using those HTTP status codes to communicate between the client and the server, hey, the request was successful or there was some kind of error. So we send in the request and then we're getting back the response. Now, in our case, we need to understand that, yes, of course, the client is still going to be our browser or our user's browser. But then the request is going to be coming from our serverless function. And please keep in mind that every browser by default is going to be performing a HTTP GET request. Now, I'll talk about the methods a little bit later, but just understand that not only we're going to be setting this up from our examples. For example, first one is going to be the hello world, but also every time you visit a site using your browser, essentially you are by default performing a HTTP GET request, and that's why you're getting back the response. So every time you open up the browser and you navigate somewhere, you're getting the response from that server, whether that is Google, whether that is Facebook, or whatever, any site you visit. And essentially why we have status codes? Well, because we're communicating. The browser is sending a request and then the server is responding. And when it comes to status codes, we're just communicating what's happening with the request. And as you can see, once we navigate to the Mozilla website, we can see that HTTP response status codes indicate whether a specific HTTP request has been successfully completed. And there's few brackets. So we have the informational ones, from 100 to 199, then successful ones, redirects, and of course, you can read the rest. Now, I would strongly discourage you from spending your weekend on memorizing those status codes for a few reasons. One, initially, your applications won't use that many of them, so you just need to remember a few of them. And then the second one, once you get to the point in your application where you actually want to have some kind of specific status code, essentially you can just Google them. Again, in my opinion, memorizing all of them is going to be a big waste of your time. And like I said, in the beginning, we only need to know a few of them. So 200 is going to be okay, which just means that request has succeeded. And that's going to be for get, put, post, and trace. And another useful is 201, which just signals that the resource has been created. And it's going to make more sense once we cover the post request. Because at the moment, we'll just focus on get request, which essentially just means that we got the resource that we requested from the server. So those are two successful ones that are going to be very useful. And when it comes to errors, we have bad requests. So that would be 400. That just means that there was something wrong with the way requested the resource. For example, that could be invalid syntax. And then we have also 404 where we, for example, cannot find the resource. And then also we have this 500, which is just a general server error. So if you really don't know what to put, you can just go with 500 and you can say, hey, listen, there was some kind of error on a server. Now, let me be very, 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 very clear where we are the kings of the castle here. We are the ones who are setting up this response. So technically, nothing stops me from saying, all right, that's my function, but the status code is not going to be 200. It's not going to be success. I can say, you know what? It's going to be 404. And yet I'll still say the request was, hopefully I'm spelling this correctly. Here is your data. So I'll save this. And now, of course, once I invoke the function one more time, I have this confusing information where the request was successful. Here's my data. And yet in a browser, I can see that it is 404. Now, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should, because what you'll end up doing is just confusing whoever is using your API, essentially, using your serverless function, because from one hand, yeah, we're getting the data, but then from the other one, we are getting the error response. So just because you can't do it, you shouldn't do it. Every time you're setting up those returns, yes, you should think about it. Hey, is this an error? So if it is an error, then I should probably use one of the error codes. Now, if it is a success, then of course I should use one of the success codes. And again, most likely you'll be sticking with 200 or 201 if you are creating a resource using a post request. So that's the general info. That's why when we're setting up our function, we go with this property. Of course, this is a Netlify thing where you need to add this status code, and then you just go with one of those codes. And most likely it's going to be 200, which just means that it is a success. And then we just type whatever we have in our response. Now, if it is going to be an error, if we're going to go with 404, then of course we'll just supply the message, the error message that will consume later in a browser. So I'll save it back to 200, our first Netlify function example. And then in the next video, we'll consume it in our first example directory. All right, so we have our first function. We understand the syntax. We understand the status code. Now, the next big question is, what can we do with this? I mean, it is a function. I mean, it's nice to navigate to .netlify and .functions and hello and see our awesome message. But what can we practically do with this data? Well, we could, for example, set up some kind of front end where once we navigate to that page, we fetch the data, fetch our message, and dynamically display it for the user. And this is exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to navigate to examples folder. And then in the examples folder, we're not looking for the starter. Again, starter was just there for your info. We're navigating to hello. And then, like I said, we have three files. We have index.html, which is essentially going to be the page that is displayed once we navigate to that particular URL. And then in the index.html, we have some global styles. We have style CSS. We have the nav that allows us to navigate back to the homepage where we have all our examples. And then here we have heading 1 with the text of first example. And then we have this heading 2 with the class of result. And then, like I said, we have two scripts, one for Axios and one for general app.js. And then, of course, we have the style CSS, which, like I said, it's not going to have much. We just have the heading 1 styles. And like I also previously mentioned, all of our work we're going to do here in the app.js. So here's what I would want to do. I would want to select that heading 2 with the class of result. And then once user navigates to the page, I'll dynamically fetch my message from the body and, of course, display it inside of this heading 2. Again, this is just going to be done using vanilla JavaScript. You need to keep in mind that, of course, you can set up whatever front-end framework you would like and then do the same thing. Functionality won't change. The implementation is, of course, going to be different because we are using the vanilla JS. So here, what I would want is to select this result. So let me just open this in the app.js, and I'm going to say const result, and we're looking for document, and the way we select it is using the query selector. And since the class is result, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to select my result. And next, I would want to fetch my data. And you know what? Let me try to zoom in a bit in my Visual Studio Code, because that way I think you'll see it a bit cleaner. And now I would want to set up my function. Now, right away, set up async, since this is going to be a synchronous action. And we're going to go with const, and I'll call this fetch data. And like I said, this is going to be a synchronous function. It's going to be a arrow function. And we'll right away go with fetch data. I'll invoke it. And for starters, let's just go with console log. And we'll say fetch data called, like so. So let's save it. Now I'm going to navigate back to my browser. And I'm going to be looking here, not for my functions example. I think I'm going to open up a new tab. I'm going to go with 888. And this is where I'll have all my examples. Now we navigate to hello world. So that's the page. We go with examples, first hello, and then index.html. And then once we inspect, we should see in the console fetch data call. If that works, then of course we can proceed. And I would always suggest setting up these kind of guardrails, so that way you don't spend half an hour looking for a bug that doesn't exist. Now, since our request is going to be asynchronous, I would want to set up try and catch. So I'll remove this console log, and we'll just say here try catch. And in the try block, we'll await for Axios. Again, like I previously mentioned, we have access to the Axios because I set up those script tags. So we're going to go here with const data, and that is equal to await. So now we're waiting for that promise to resolve. And with Axios, you can go with Axios and then supply the URL. By default, this is going to be get, but since there's going to be few methods that we're going to use, I'll be more explicit, and I'm just going to say axios.get, which just means that we're going to be performing a HTTP GET request. So we're getting some resources from the server, which in our case is our serverless function. And it has a very nice API where we just simply provide the URL. So what is our URL? Well, it is on the same server. So we don't need to go with localhost 8888 because, of course, eventually we'll deploy this. But we do need to add a /, then netlify, then functions, and then whatever is the name of the function. Correct? So I add here quotation marks. then forward slash, then Netlify. Pretty much I'm just copying whatever I have over here. It's just the domain that I don't need to include. Then I go with functions. And by the way, in next video, we'll take a look at how we can shorten this up. There's going to be a sweet shortcut. And then we're going to go with one and then hello. So that's my function. And also, of course, I would want to console log the error if there is one, or display it if essentially would want to do that. Now, for time being, I'll just leave it blank and I'll go over what we're getting back once we fetch the data. Now, one thing that I would want is to console log this data and also console log the error. Now, what's really cool about the Axios when it comes to error, we need to go with error and then response. And this is the case where it's much more useful info than the typical fetch API, which of course is built in the browser. Now, one thing that you might get these weird require syntax for the Axios. So simply just remove it if that is the case, if you get it. So now let me navigate back to my first example. I'll invoke it and now check it out. This is the data that we're getting back. So that's the data that I'm console logging. This is that big thing that comes back with Axios. So here we can see the headers, we can see the request, we can see the status, we have the status text, and all kinds of useful info. Now, what we're really interested is this data. So in this data, we're going to have the body that we're sending back, whether that is a simple string, whether that is going to be an array once we set up the API, and along those lines. So that's what we are looking for. So in here, what I could do is right away destructure the data, because the property name, as you can see, is data. So what you'll see in a future examples, I'll simply right away destructure the data, because that's what essentially we're looking for. And now, of course, once I console log, I should only see that message. And there it is, our first Netlify function example. And if, of course, the request is successful, what I would want to do? Well, I'm going to go with my result, which I selected with my query selector. Then we're going to go with text content, and we'll simply set it equal to my data. Again, this is just vanilla JavaScript property that allows us to set the text content of the node equal to something, which of course in our case is the data. So once I navigate back to the browser, I refresh, I have our first Netlify function example. Beautiful. And if I go back to my hello, and if I'll simply say hello world, what do you think I'm going to have there? I should have hello world, right? So there it is. Now, of course, I have the hello world. And hopefully this emphasizes how powerful the serverless functions are, where essentially now I can right away connect them to my front end and do all kinds of cool things. And now let's also test it out the error. And in this case, I'm going to go with 404. So that's going to be the error code. And I'll say resource not found. So resource not found here. Let's do that one. Let's save it. And once I refresh, I shouldn't have nothing here. Why? Well, because I have try catch block in my app.js. So I'm looking for the data. But if there is an error, then of course, at the moment, I'm just console logging error dot response. And this is going to be the same thing where we get back this nice giant object. But most likely what we're going to be looking for is this data over here. So as you can see, the status is 404. The status text by default is going to be right away not found. That's why I said that even though we are in charge of our own serverless function and we can definitely do whatever we would want, as you can see, for example, the library sees 404 and right away attaches the status text of not found. So yes, you are king of the castle. You can do whatever you want, but it's just going to be very confusing to people or even probably to yourself when you're consuming the data that you're getting back from your own server. And of course, when I say server, I mean the serverless function. And most likely what we're going to be looking for is, again, this data. So again, that's something that you're going to see throughout the course where I'll simply go with error dot response and then dot data. Just understand that I'm right away looking for the property because that's the value that I would want to see. And there it is. Now, once I refresh, I see resource not found. Now, if you want, of course, you can do the same thing. You can go with result, then text content, and set it equal to the data. And now once I refresh, and of course it says data is not defined because, yeah, I have in try-clutch as data. And here I just have error, response, and then data. My apologies. And let's refresh one more time. Now we have resource not found. Again, if we change the status code but leave the same message, of course, it's not going to change what we're displaying. We're still sending this data back in the body. But what we should see is different response here. Notice now it is a bad request. And again, if we go back to app.js and if I'll console log the response, you're going to see the different status text, correct? Because the library is reading the status code of 400 and right away attaching this status request. Hopefully it is clear. Now let me go back to the one hello. And of course, we're going to go back to the 200. Let me just do it with Command Z. I think it's going to be faster instead of dealing with deletions and rewriting everything. So let me save it. And we should see first example and our first Netlify function example text displayed. And before we start working on our next example, I would want to make our lives a bit easier. And I would want to set up redirects as well as remove the VS Code setting for auto suggestion. And we're going to start with redirects. You see, at the moment, life is beautiful. In the app.js, we fetch the data from .netlify/functions/one hello. And of course, then we can display it on the screen. But wouldn't it be nicer if the path would be shorter? For example, we could set up /API/one hello. And that's exactly what we can do with redirects in Netlify. So now I'm going to open up this sidebar and we need to navigate to Netlify YAML file. And please do not touch the functions code. Leave that one alone. But below it, we need to set up this interesting syntax where we go with 2 square brackets. Then we type redirect. And then we have 3 values. Now, for the time being, we'll just add 2, and then I'll show you why we would want to do the third one as well. And here we need to provide from, and there's going to be some kind of URL in here, and 2. And again, there's going to be some kind of URL. And essentially, you can already guess that since we're dealing with redirects, now I need to supply what I'm going to be redirected from and where are going to be redirecting user to. And this is where we need to get creative and we need to come up with a name for the resource. And in my case, I'm just going to go with API. So essentially on my server, all the functions I'm going to be setting up in the resource by the name of API. So if you want to navigate to the functions, then the user has to go to /API and then /function name. Now, of course, when I say user, of course, we'll be setting up a lot of the front end. So I'm just talking about if you directly navigate from the browser. So we go here with /API, / and then whatever is going to be the function name. And since, of course, there's going to be many functions, we're just going to go with star. That means whatever comes after the /. And where are we going to be redirecting to? Well, we already have the path, right? We already have .netlify, .functions, and then again, we just need to come up with some kind of wildcard. So we just need to supply it in our to value. So I'm going to navigate back to Netlify YAML. We go with /netlify, /functions. And then if I want to match the star, I just need to go with /:, and splat. So now I'll match whatever function name comes after API, and I'll redirect to .netlify functions and splat. And eventually we'll set up the status, but let me just show you why we would want to do that in the first place. Before we go to the browser, let me just emphasize something where this path will always work. Just because we have redirects from the API doesn't mean that now this URL is invalid. No, the .netlify / functions and then whatever function name will always work. But we're just making it easier for us and then for the user as well, where we'll be able to access all our functions with / API / and then function name. So let's test it out. I'm going to open up a new tab. I'm going to go with localhost and then 888, of course. And then let's try it out. I'm going to go with / API, and then I'm looking for my first function. So I'm just going to say one hello. And as you can see, we have our first Netlify function example. So I'll quickly navigate back and remove the example just so you don't think that I'm cheating. And there it is. Now, of course, we have our first Netlify function. And just to showcase that everything still works, I'll also navigate back to the starter and remember our first example. Notice now, of course, we don't have that example as the last word. We just have our first Netlify function. And again, this is just to showcase that this path that we have, .netlify function, still works. So all of that is still correct. But there's one tiny gotcha. Notice how in the URL, I typed .netlify functions, or I'm sorry, I typed / API and then function name. However, now check out the new value in the URL. And the value essentially is .netlify / functions and then the function name. So what's happening here? Well, we could use another awesome tool, and that is browser network tab, just to see what is happening. You should select all, and we should type one more time in the URL bar. So let me remove, and I'm going to say API and then one hello. And then notice how we have two requests. So we have the first one for the API and hello, and the status is moved permanently. So status is 301. And then we have another one to .netlify functions and then hello. And that is happening because by default, when we set up the redirect in Netlify, they'll set up the status of 301. And as a result, the URL is also going to change when we navigate to that resource. And we can clearly see that over here. And as a side note, browser network tab is an awesome resource for you to find out more about the requests and responses. For example, I can click on the first one and I'll make this one bigger right now. And as you can see, we can see the URL, we can see the method. Again, by default, this is going to be get. And then we have 301, which just says moved permanently. And again, this is going to come in handy later once our requests get a bit more complicated. So now what I would want is to navigate back to Netlify TOML and, like I said, provide the third value here, where I'm going to say status is equal to 200. All right. So in this case, we're not going to have this 301. We're going to have 200. And because of that, the URL won't change as well. So let me just showcase that one where I think I'm going to close those headers here. And again, back in URL bar for the last time, hopefully in this video, I'm going to type API, one hello, and then notice how only we have one request, and that was in 200. And also the value in the address bar didn't change as well. That should do it as far as the redirect. Now, of course, we can go back to app.js. I'll keep it for your reference, the .netlify functions and all that. And we're just going to copy and paste, and we'll change this around to API and then hello. And also in the hello.js, let's add that example just so we can see that everything still works. We're going to have our first example. Once I refresh, notice I get this example, which just means that both paths at the moment work because we have properly set up the redirect. And the last thing that I would want to do in this video, I would want to fix that annoying auto import. First of all, let me show you why is that happening in the first place. And I'm going to comment both of my Axios at the moment, but I'm going to write Axios, and you'll notice that we are right away importing from the node modules. And the reason why is that happening is because later we will use Axios package in our serverless functions when we communicate to some third party APIs. Now, technically, you can install a different package, maybe Node Fetch, but I wanted to stick with Axios, and we just simply need to remove the suggest from the Visual Studio Code. Again, Visual Studio Code is just trying to help us, but in this case, it's not necessary because we already have the script for the Axios in our front end. So in order to fix it, we're going to go to the settings, and I believe the setting name was JavaScript suggest. So we're going to go with JavaScript and then suggest, and the property you're looking for is JavaScript suggest and auto imports. Please make sure that you uncheck the proper one. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to follow along with a course. So go with JavaScript suggest and then auto imports. And let me just double check. So in the app.js, if I type Axios, notice now I'm not getting that import from the node modules, which is awesome. So now, of course, I'll remove Axios. Just keep in mind that you still have access to Axios library. You're just not getting that auto import from the node modules. So let me remove this sucker and uncomment the last one, the API hello, because I'll leave this one for your reference. Awesome. And now we're ready to move on to our next example. And the last thing that I would like to mention in this video is the fact that when you go online and look for serverless functions example, in a lot of cases, you'll find the syntax where there are tabs when we're setting up new lines like so. And also for the values, at least what I've seen, in most cases, they use this double quotation mark. Now, I have to be honest, I haven't run into any issues without the tabs and just with a single quotation mark. But just to stay consistent, this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to set everything up as double quotation mark. Again, that is up to you. I haven't run into any issues with the previous syntax, but just to stay consistent, I'm just going to refactor it a bit. Beautiful. And now let's take a look what is going to be our second example. And in our second example, I would want to build a basic API. So in here, notice once we navigate to examples and then second basic API index HTML, we're going to get some products with images, with price, as well as the name. And if you want to see what is happening on the backend, then in the complete project, instead of navigating to the examples using the link, you can simply go to /API. And then I believe the function name was second basic API. So let's try it. I'm going to go with API 2 and then basic API. And there it is. Now, of course, this is what is served from the function. And that's why on the front end, we are able to fetch it and then just iterate over our list and then display it on a screen. Now, since the word API is probably the most overused word in the community, let me just emphasize something. In our case, when we talk about API, we're talking about creating a HTTP interface for interacting with our data. Essentially, some data, but of course, in our case, that is very specific. We're talking about the product data. Now, if you're in general interested what is an API, or if you just need to brush up, I found this awesome article from Free Code Camp. So just go to the Google and you can simply type what is API, and then here keep on scrolling. Again, we're looking for Free Code Camp article. And for some reason, cannot find it. It was on the first. It was what is API. Oh, there it is. Yeah, sorry. Scrolled past it. And this is an awesome article that pretty much covers everything in basic terms. So it's very easy to understand. So if you're kind of iffy, what is an API? Because again, this is probably the most overused in a community because these days everything is API. Then just please navigate to the article. And I think this is going to give you a very, very good idea what the API is and essentially what is the purpose. So again, in our case, it's going to be the HTTP interface for interacting with our data. So we're going to have the front end that fetches the product, and our goal is to set up the serverless function that serves those products. Now, this is going to be the basic API. So this is going to be using local data. So there's just going to be some array that we'll just dump in our serverless function. But in the next example, we'll make it more interesting, where essentially we will get the data from one of the headless CMSs. And in our case, we're going to use the Airtable. Again, that is the next project. For this project, all we have to know that we'll create an API where on the front end, we're able to fetch it and display nicely on the screen. All right, so let's get cracking. And what I'm going to do first is just close all the tabs. So my setup is cleaner. And then, of course, I would want to navigate to the functions and we'll create that function. And again, in my case, I'm going to go with second and then basic API just because I'm annoying that way. And then right away, let's restart the server so that way we don't have to do that later. So in the functions, new file, and I'm going to zoom in just so you can see better. And we're going to go with 2 and then basic API.js. And what I'm going to do, just so I can see that everything works, I'm just going to grab from the first example, copy and paste, and I'm just going to say our basic API example. So that way, when we navigate to the URL, I know that if I can see the message, of course, everything works. And then, like I said, every time we create a new function, yes, we'll have to run npm run and then netlify. So now let me navigate to the browser. I think I'll close some of the tabs. Now there it is. This is my new tab. I don't think I need this one either. And this is going to be the complete one, which for the time being is going to stay the way it is. But in the starter, I'm going to navigate back home. We're going to go to basic API. At the moment, there's nothing there. What we're really interested is on a local host. We want to go to /API /basic API. And if you can see our basic API example, we are in good shape. Now, let me reiterate something where when we send back the data in the body, it always needs to be a string. That's how the communication between the server and the browser takes place. Now, of course, in our case, when we are sending back array, we would need to do something with it, right? Otherwise, well, that is an array and we're not going to be able to do that. And I already kind of showed you the example, what happens if we have an array, but just to reiterate, let's do it one more time, where I'm going to go with items. It's going to be an array. And in this case, it's just going to be an array of 2 objects. And we're going to go here with a name, Susan. And then the second thing is going to be the name of Anna. So again, another object and the name will be Anna. And if I try to dump it here, of course, I'm going to have a big fat error. And we kind of already covered that before, where it says your function response must have a string body. So technically, the only thing I would need to do is just run JSON. And then the method name we're looking for is stringify. And now we just need to pass in our items array. And once we do that, we should be in good shape. So as you can see, if I would want to create a API where essentially I'm sending this array with my products data, the only thing I would need to do is in the basic API, create an array, then add all the properties with the values, and then pass it through the JSON stringify. And technically, we can definitely do that here in the basic API. But wouldn't you agree that it would be nicer if we could keep our data separate? So that way, if there's more functionality, this file doesn't just get massive. Wouldn't you agree that that would be nicer? Where essentially I could just keep my product in a separate place. And that's exactly the approach that I took. That's why if you take a look at the assets, you'll find this data.js. And again, we are in node land. That's why over here we have the array. Yes, every product is an object. And then for every object, I have the ID, I have the name, image, and all that. But then at the bottom, I have module.exports, and I'm just exporting the items array. If you're familiar with ES6, this should ring a bell because, of course, the functionality is exactly the same. We are exporting the items. Just the syntax is a little bit different because a node uses common JS. So now, of course, in the basic API, instead of creating items from the scratch, what we can simply do is go with items and we can require it from our assets. And in the require, we need to go with the path and then check it out. So we have our basic API sitting in the functions. Now the data is in the assets folder. So we need to go one level up, then look for the assets, and then we're looking for data. So let's go one level up. We're going to go to assets, and then we simply want to go with data. So now, of course, we import the items, and now you'll see that instead of displaying just name Susan and name Anna, we're going to have all our products. And essentially, this is all we have to do in our serverless function. Just grab the data, run through JSON, stringify, and now you're able to access it in your project and then build your front end with that data. Awesome. And once our local API matches to what we have in the complete one, now let's quickly build the front end. And again, I'm going to navigate to a complete project. In fact, I'll set them side by side. So maybe the first one or the second one is going to be where I'll showcase the responses from the functions. And then I guess in the first tab, I'm just going to show you what is going to be the end result. So here we have the basic API, and then we simply want to grab data, iterate over, and just display something on a screen. Again, please don't worry. We're not going to spend too much time on that because this is a separate issue. If you're using a different front end, of course, the setup is going to be different for you. I just want to showcase how that would work so you don't say, hey, you showed me the function, but you didn't show me how to consume it. And I know I said this before, but the reason why we're using the vanilla approach, basically where I use the vanilla JS and then HTML and CSS, because that way I can showcase that the functionality will work with any framework. So I'm going to navigate back to our project. I think I'll close everything that I have currently open. And we're going for examples. We're going for basic API. Again, let me zoom in if you cannot see it. And then as far as the index HTML, and as a side note, there's global CSS here, logo and style CSS. And I purposely added these things here because there is a gotcha. And I'll cover that a little bit later. So please don't worry. I'll talk about why we have these extra files and what is happening. For now, just understand that that is not a glitch. It is purposely here. And in the index HTML, and I think this is going to be the case where I'll have to zoom out, I have, of course, the title. I have global styles. I have style CSS. All that is good. Of course, I have the logo. I also have here a comments. And this is designed for people who don't want to type the response that we're going to be typing. And again, you'll see why we have that in a second. And then, of course, we have basic API. And for time being, we just have the loading. So if I navigate in localhost to examples and then to basic index HTML, of course, this is what I should see. And we already know that we can access the array, of course. So now in the app.js, what I would want is to grab that array and then just iterate over. And then for every item, I would want to return the product. All right. So Let's go to app.js. I already selected the result. Like I said, I'm going to be adding some code just so we don't have to retype the same boilerplate code every time we set up the example. And then once I have access to the result, to my node, then I would want to come up with a function. And the function name will be fetch data. So we're going to go here with const fetch and data. That's going to be my function. Again, it's going to be async since we're going to be waiting for the asynchronous response. And then we'll right away invoke it as well. So we're going to go with fetch data. And then let's just start with simple console log second example. So let's console log that one. And if you can see the second example in the console, by the way, this one probably I can make it smaller. Should be in good shape. And there it is. Now I have the second example. So now, of course, we're looking for the data that is coming back from our serverless function, correct? And since I'll set up the await, I'll right away add the try and catch block. And like I said, I'll right away destructure the data out because essentially that's what we're looking for. And then again, we go with await. Then we're going with Axios. And by the way, shouldn't be a dot there. Axios, again, get request. And then what is the URL? /API, unless you have a different name, of course. And then to, and then basic, and of course, API. And for the time being, I'll simply go with result, and then inner HTML. And I'll set up the heading 2 here, where I'm going to say the request was successful or success, something along those lines, something really nice and simple and neat. So let's go here with heading 2, and let's just type success, since there's going to be a different return in a second anyway. So we're going to go with heading 2, and then if there is an error, I'll simply say there was an error. Please try again later. Please try again later. Now, if I didn't cover that, at the moment we're going to have the loading because that is in the result. But then once we're done fetching data, either we're going to have the product, which of course we haven't set up yet, or we're going to have that error. So let's save this one. And then once we refresh, of course, we have the success because everything went well. But if we just test it out and if we go back to our functions and then basic API, and if I'll change this one to 404, what do you think I'm going to have on the screen? Of course, there was an error. Please try again later. And I think I'm not going to go with heading 4 or 2. In fact, I'm going to go with heading 4 because I think it's going to be a bit smaller. So let's try one more time. And there it is. There was an error. Please try again later. So that is happening if we have the error. And yes, there's going to be an error in a specific situation that we haven't covered yet. And we'll do that in later videos. Don't worry. So we're going to go with basic API. I'll set it back to 200 because, of course, now I would want to deal if the response was successful. And for the time being, let's just look at the data. And of course, we already know that we should have the array, correct? So we have array of 4 items. And in the HTML with vanilla.js, essentially what I would want is to iterate over my array and then wrap each product in some kind of HTML and just supply that dynamic data. And of course, I can do it directly here. I can go with the result inner HTML. That is definitely an option, but I'll add this extra step because in my opinion, it's just a bit explicit what we're doing. So we're going to go with const products, and that is going to be equal to data. And now I'm mapping over my array. And then, of course, I can access every item here in a parameter, and I'm just going to call this product. And for time being, if you want to console log the product, you can definitely do so. So we can go with product, and then you'll see that, again, each product is that object. And then in the object, I have these properties. So what I would want to do is access each and every property and then wrap that property in the HTML. So for example, for the image, I would want to place this URL in the source of the image tag. Hopefully that makes sense. And what I would want to do first is destructure those properties out of this product. So I'll set this equal to my product, to my parameter. And as far as the structuring, we're going to say image. Now, image is an object. I purposely set that up because this is something that we're going to get when we're working with Airtable, which is going to be our next example, just to make it interesting. So we're going to go here with URL. Then we're looking for the price and the name. So these are the three things that we're looking for. And as far as the return, well, this is where I would want to return that HTML, right? Now, I would want to dynamically add these properties, though, because we need to understand that for every product, of course, these values are unique. But my HTML structure, of course, is going to be exactly the same for all of them. So we go here with return, and if you don't want to type, you simply go back to the index.html, and this is why I added these comments. So what you can simply do is copy, and then in the app.js, in the template string, and copy and paste. Now, maybe, wait a minute. So let's see, we have the comment here. You know what? You need to uncomment first. My apologies. So uncomment this first, then copy, and then in the app.js, again, sorry for the detour, copy and paste. So now you're returning this article. And now, of course, since we have this in a template string, I can access these values. Now, I'll retype it from the scratch just so I can go over what we're doing. But again, if you're just lazy on typing, or if you maybe get some kind of error, you can always reference this one. So let me just comment this one out in my case. But in your case, if you want to speed this along, then of course you can copy and paste. So for every item, I would want to return a article. So that's going to be my tag, then class, and we'll pass in the product. So that's going to be my main return. And inside of this article, we'll set up a few more HTML tags. We'll start with our image. So in here we go with image. And again, since we're using the template literal, I can simply access those values, the ones that I destructured from my product. So here I can say, yeah, for the image, I would want to grab the URL. And also for the alternative, I'm just going to grab my name. So we're going to go here and we're going to access the name. Now close the image. Then I would want to set up a div with the info. So div with the class of info. And the reason why we're adding those classes is because, of course, in the CSS, in the local CSS, you'll find the styling for these items. So let's close the div as well. And then inside of this div, we're just going to go with a heading 5. And here, of course, I'm looking for the name. So let me close my tag first. And then dynamically we'll access our name property. And then you can probably already guess that since we have the price, there's also going to be a price. So I'll copy and paste this heading 5, and we'll add a class of price just for styling purposes. And let's add here a $sign. And then instead of accessing the name, we're going to go with price. Now, this is going to still return a array, but in order to showcase it, we need to turn it into the string. So what we could do is just chain join method. And since I wouldn't want the commas in between the items, I'm just going to say join them with an empty space. Let's save this. And here I can probably make it one line less. And now instead of the success, what we had previously, and simply type product. And then once we navigate to our front end, we should have the product. And that's it. Within a matter of minutes, we have ourselves a working API where we have some kind of data. We dump it in the serverless function. Then we pass it through the JSON stringify, of course. And then we can connect it to our front end, iterate over our data, and we have ourselves a beautiful application. Awesome. Beautiful. We're done with our first two examples. And normally we would deploy this project only at the very end. At least that's what I normally do in the rest of my courses. However, In this case, we'll make an exception. And here's why. Essentially, there's three reasons. First, I believe that one of the biggest reasons why you took this course is because you wanted to set up the API that you can consume in your own project. Second, we still have a course bug that we will tackle along the way. And three, we'll take a look at how nice is continuous deployment with Netlify. Now, in order to follow along, you will need two things. You'll definitely need a Netlify account if you haven't created one, and you'll also need a GitHub account. So if you don't have these accounts, please set them up. I'm not going to show you how because this is somewhat of a advanced course. So I believe that you already have both of these things. But if you don't, please set up these accounts and then follow along with the rest of the videos. All right, and I'm going to start by creating a new GitHub repo. Of course, name is up to you, but since I'm going to be deleting this repo, my convention is to call this temporary. And that way, if I later find this repo, then I know that I can just delete it. So I'm going to go with temporary and then serverless func. So that's going to stand the name for my repo. And essentially, we're looking for these three commands because if you remember, at the very beginning of the course, we did set up already a new repo. We ran git init. So let me just copy these commands. And while we're still on the topic, you know what? I'll also change the name here. I'll say serverless functions, and I'll just remove that starter. So now let's navigate back to our project. We want to open up, of course, the terminal. And I would want to stop the server here. So we already have initialized the Git repo, of course. That is already out of the way. Now what I would want is to run git add. So now I'll add this one to the staging area. And then we'll say git commit. And as far as the message, I'm going to say testing deploy. As always, these messages are up to you. And then we just want to copy and paste. And if everything is correct, and as I said, we're copying and pasting those three commands that we copied from the GitHub. And if everything is correct, we should see our project. Awesome. And next, we would want to navigate to Netlify. We go to our dashboard, of course. And essentially, there's few ways how we can get the project up and running. There's drag and drop option. However, I would want to show you right away the continuous deployment because in my opinion, it's just going to make more sense in the long run anyway. So we need to go here with new site from Git. And then, of course, we're choosing the GitHub provider. And then if that's the first time, they'll probably ask you to authorize. And then again, in my case, I'm looking for temporary. You need to look for your name. And then once we get the repo, I'm going to go with temporary serverless functions. Now, later, we'll take a look at how to work with ENV variables. And just as a side note, we don't have the variables yet, but for example, for your own projects, if you want to add them right away, you just need to click on these advanced settings, and this is where you add the variables. Now, don't worry, just because we're adding them later, we're not going to do that right now. And in fact, we'll use the dashboard to add them. So don't stress about it. I'm just showing you that as a side note. And we'll just keep all of these the way they are. We need to change anything. And we just go with deploy. Now, as far as the interface, I would probably want to change the name. So I'm going to go to site settings. And we need to click on change site name. And of course, if the name is already taken, then you won't be able to do that. But in my case, I'm going to go with temp, serverless, and then func, which of course stands for functions. We save it. It's awesome. The name is not taken. It looks like everything went correct. Now, if there are some issues, you can always check in your deploys, like so. So for example, notice this was our deploy. And then I can check if everything went correct. If not, then of course, there's going to be an error message. And I can nicely see that I have two functions. I have the hello and I have the basic API. Now let me navigate back to my project, the temp serverless functions. And I'll show you that later anyway, but just as a side note, if you want to add environment variables, which we're going to use later, you go to domain settings and you look for build and deploy and keep on scrolling. And notice here we have environment variables, just like we had in the advanced settings. So those are the two places where you would add those variables, either when you deploy the project or later if you forgot or if you added some extra ones. Then of course you can just go here to build and deploy and then look for environment variables. And again, I know I'm skipping a little bit ahead, but this is just a side note in case you ever wonder how to add those environment variables. And now, of course, we can check our functions under the functions tab as well. Notice I have two functions here. Awesome. Now, what I really would want is probably to take a look at the usage. So let's see here, functions level, and then notice how at the moment my requests are 0 out of 125,000. So like I said, they give you a pretty generous tier, but then once we talk about the Airtable, I'm going to kind of give you an idea of why you should be always careful of how you're setting up the API. Now, the last thing that I would want to showcase is that even though our project works nicely, and by the way, in order to navigate there, we just click on the site overview or the link that they previously provided, and that's it. We just navigate here. Notice this is a live site. And then, of course, we can take a look at one of the projects we have built already. I think in my case, I'm going to go with basic API. And there it is. We have our API up and running. And also, let's test out the first one. And in here, I should have the text. So let me inspect. And in the console, I can see that app.js is having some kind of issues. So let me go back to my project and let me check my first function. So I have hello here. Now this sends 200 and everything should be working fine. But in the examples, there's some kind of issue. So let me go back to app.js. As you can see, I have both of them commented out. That's number one. And that's why if I'm trying to access this data, of course, it is not going to work. So as a side note, I'm also going to console log the error response. And this is the cool thing about the continuous deployment that we just set up with Netlify and GitHub. So the way it works, if you want to change something, you just change it locally. And here I can clearly see that there has been some changes. So now, of course, what I would want is push this back up to the GitHub. And in this case, I'm going to use the Visual Studio Code GUI for that. Now, definitely, of course, you can set it up using the integrated terminal. Again, you would run git add, git commit, and then you would push it. But I find this much easier where essentially I just need to type the message and I'm going to say fixed first function or example, I guess. And then I'll say, yep, I'm going to agree always. And then we'll just push it up. We'll say push. And now, of course, we're pushing this up to the GitHub. Now let me zoom out. And we should see that there has been some changes. Fixed first example. And also, if we take a look at the Netlify, now check it out. We have another deploy already scheduled. So we're building our new project. So every time we'll be pushing this up to the GitHub, Netlify is smart enough. It has hooks where it's getting notified that, hey, listen, there has been some changes to the repo. So please rebuild the site. So now, of course, what I could do is go back to my project and just double check. Now, of course, I have tons of tabs open here. So let's see. We're waiting. Everything should work well. Hopefully it does at least. So I don't have to go back and fix the errors. We have the star, of course. And for some reason, I don't know, it takes ages. And then if I check out the hello world, now I should see our first Netlify function example. So that's the basic setup for the Netlify and GitHub, where we can set up continuous deployment. So that way, if there's ever some changes to your project, you just add them locally, then push it up to the GitHub, and then Netlify is smart enough to rebuild your project. And next video, we'll talk about the coarse errors that we still get from our serverless functions. Awesome. We deployed our project. Everything works smoothly, but there's one tiny issue. Yes, we can access our serverless functions nicely from our application. And we can clearly see that once I fixed my bugs, everything works. We're getting the data and we're in good shape. But you probably would want to set up your project where you could fetch that data from different applications. So basically, from the applications that are not in your server. And at the moment, we won't be able to do that. Now, in order to showcase that, first of all, I would want to navigate to my second function. So I'm going to go with API, and then remember the name was 2 hyphen, and I believe it was basic API. Basic API. And I can see that when I'm using the browser, I'm able to access the product. But the problem is if I have the application that I would want to access those resources. And that's why I would want you to go back to your project and then in the examples, look for the second one, for the basic one. And I would want you to copy the whole folder. Again, technically, if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. You can just sit back, relax, and watch. But if you want to test it out yourself, then just grab this folder. Now, I wouldn't suggest drag and dropping because, again, you'll mess up the whole structure, but just copy the folder and make sure that you copy outside of the server. So I'm going to do it on my desktop. So there's my basic API. Now, what I would want is to open up a new window in my text editor, then drag and drop, and I would simply want to change the path. So at the moment, we're using this /API to basic. And of course, everything works because previously our project was on the same server. However, it's not going to be the case anymore. So now, of course, I would want to go back and I would want to get this URL. So I'll copy and paste, and technically nothing should change, correct? Why? Well, because it's the same resource. We just saw that. We're still serving the same product. Well, okay, let's save it. And now I'll just open this up using the browser. So go to index.html, and as a side note, that's why I add these global CSSs and logos and everything, so project can work on its own. So it doesn't have to be in the examples folder or in the starter. So let me spin this up, index.html, and there it is. I right away have this. There was an error. Please try again later. And if we inspect, we should see the course error where essentially we are getting a message that we cannot access this resource if the project or application or whatever is not on the same server. And the reason why is that happening? Well, because remember, we are, of course, in charge, right? So let me minimize this. And since we are in charge, we didn't specifically say that, hey, listen, it's okay for different applications to access this resource. That's why if you deploy the project and if you're expecting this to be accessible on different apps that maybe are deployed also on Netlify or whatever, you won't be able to do that. Now, it's an easy fix where we need to go back to basic API. That's our function. And we just need to add headers. So again, when we're communicating, there's multiple things. There's status codes, there's HTTP methods, and there's also headers that we're sending. So in here, we need to go with headers. That's the property name. And then inside of the object, we need to set up the property. And we go with access. And again, make sure that you use the same syntax. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So control, allow, and then we go origin. And we need to set this equal to the star. So we go here with a star. So again, we made some changes to the project. So since we're using this continuous deployment, the only thing we need to do is just set up the message, and I'll say course error fixed, and we'll send this up to the GitHub. So we'll say push, and we're going to be in good shape. Now, one thing that I would like to mention that, of course, if you want your resources to be accessible from different apps, you need to set it up for every function where you would want that. So in my case, I'm just showing you with an example for the second function, but keep in mind that it's not going to automatically work on the first one. So again, if you want that for the function, make sure that you add the headers and you set up the property with access control allow origin and then equal to star. Now I'm just going to set it up for the second one as an example how it works. And for the remainder, I'm going to skip that part. But if you want, you need to add that for all the functions where you'd want that data to be accessible outside of our current setup. And now I think I talked long enough where we should have another deploy. So let me refresh. Again, in here, nothing is going to change. Of course, we were still able to access the data. But now if I go back to my basic API, we should be in good shape. Where now, notice, I can access these products. Because now, of course, I set it up where you can access from the different app, even that app is not on your server. Hopefully it's clear. And once we have deployed the project, once we have fixed our course error, now, of course, we can work on our next example where we'll introduce a nice graphical interface to set up our data. Before we continue, let me just reiterate my own experience with free requests one more time. You see, 125,000 is really generous, and it's definitely going to cover most of our use cases. But when it comes to API, it's a bit tricky. And the story goes something like this. When I was building my React course, I set up my own API just so students can practice data fetching in React. And of course, that way I don't need to worry about some API adding some changes and making that part of the course out of date. Now, everything was awesome until I released the course and discovered that, to my surprise, I was getting around 300,000 requests a day. Well, of course, you can upgrade and get more requests. Just remember that every upgrade will cost you more of your hard-earned money. And when it comes to APIs, what if you end up getting 1 million requests a day? So instead, I opted into setting up an Express server on DigitalOcean, since the fixed cost seemed a bit more reasonable. So yes, serverless functions on Netlify are awesome. The free tier is extremely generous, and it is going to cover most of your use cases. But when it comes to API or some other specific setup, just be mindful where you might need to go the other route where effectively you do set up your own server, and that way you can manage the costs better. And once we're done setting up our basic API, now let's take a look at the better approach. You see, wouldn't it be nicer if instead of hard coding this data locally in our project, we would have a graphical interface, and then every time we add changes in the graphical interface, our data will be automatically updated in the project. So I'll be able to show you. Of course, for you, you'll have to set up the Airtable, which we're going to cover in next videos, but I'll be able to showcase since I already have the account connected to this project. So I'm going to navigate to the Airtable, and then notice how we have 3 products over here. But what I could do is go to my table, and don't worry, of course, we'll set up all of this in the upcoming videos, but I would just want to add that extra product. So I'm going to say t-shirt. I'm going to copy and paste the info. I already downloaded the photo, So I just need to grab it from the desktop, t-shirt over here, and then I just need to come up with a price, which in my case is going to be $300. I think that is going to make the most sense. Once I navigate back to my project and I refresh, essentially I invoke the serverless function one more time. Now, of course, I have my product and I can navigate to the single page. And in order to store our data and access it and modify it and all that good stuff using graphical interface, I'm going to use service called Airtable. Again, there's not particularly anything special about this service. You can definitely use other platforms and setups as well. The reason why I picked Airtable because it does have generous free tier. And what I also like is the fact that if you do go the payment route, then the payments are not enormous. For example, for a freelancer, I believe at the time of the recording, the account was for $10 a month. And as a side note, this is something annoys me a little bit about the headless CMSs, where they go from 0, which is the free tier, right away to the $40. What I really like about Airtable is the fact that they have this simple setup where, yes, you have generous free tier, but if you do decide to get more options, then the pricing is not ridiculous. Essentially $10 a month for a good setup. Now, that's not the reason why I picked the Airtable. Of course, again, they have the free tier, and of course, we'll use it. The reason why I picked Airtable because it is very easy to get up and running with Airtable. We are literally talking about the rows and columns. I mean, what can be easier than that? And also, even though most of the things I like about Airtable, there's actually one downside. And that downside is the fact that in Airtable, in order to access data in any way, you would need to send your request with your API key. Now, the problem with that is that the moment somebody gets a hold of your API key, he or she can wipe out your whole data. So the problem is that there is no public API. It's not like I can just set up data and say, hey, listen, this is what I would want to share with the rest of the world. And this is, for example, only for me. So I would only want to delete, edit, or whatever. No, that's not how it works with Airtable. However, with serverless functions, we can use it to our advantage because normally I definitely wouldn't suggest using Airtable directly on your front end. Because keep in mind, even though you set this up as environment variable, for example, in React app, it's still accessible. People can still see that if they go through your source code. So we'll use that to our advantage, which is technically a downside for the Airtable because you cannot stick the request directly in your front end. But what we could do is set up a serverless function that fetches the data from the Airtable. And then we hide those environment keys. And of course, as we're working through the examples, it's going to make way more sense if you're iffy about something at the moment. Again, if you don't like the Airtable, you can just take a look at the examples and use your own backend, whatever you're using, whether that's Contentful, whether that is Strappy, or whatever. So in the next video, of course, we'll sign up for a free Airtable account. And once we're done discussing why I picked Airtable in order to store our data, now let's sign up for free together. And I'm just going to use one of my dummy accounts. And I believe the email was learncodetutorial@gmail.com. So I'm going to go as Peter Smith. Now the email is going to be learncodetutorial@gmail.com. And then let's create an extremely hard password to crack. So let's go here. That is going to be my password. And I'm just going to go with sign up for free. Once we sign up, I'm not going to save this password. we are given an option to free trial of Airtable Pro. It's not what I want. And then it says, well, tell us about yourself. What we want to do, I guess, build and launch the product, whatever, something like that. And then notice we need to confirm the account. Do you plan to move data? No, I don't. Continue. And then I'll skip this part. We don't need collaborators, but probably it would be better if we would confirm the email. So let's navigate here. We should confirm the email, and then we're getting this workspace. We're getting my first workspace. And then in the workspace, we have bases which serve as tables. And like I already previously mentioned, if you have ever done any work with Excel or even just with tables, you should be in good shape. Or even if you haven't done work, trust me, it's very easy to get started. And we have workspaces and we have the bases. Now, at the time of this recording, the difference why you would want to have the workspace is because if you have multiple bases, if you have multiple databases, and you have the collaborator, so there's multiple people that are working, if that person has access to the database, if you give the person access or permission to the database, you automatically give the person access to the rest of the bases on the workspace. So for example, I'm just going to rename it. I'm going to say serverless, and then imagine that if I create multiple databases and I give access to the person to one of them, then of course he or she automatically has access to all of them. So that's why you need to be careful. If you know that there's going to be a collaborator, if you know that you'll be giving some external permissions to access it, it's a better idea to set up a new workspace. And in that way, you can control who can access the database. And in order to set up the database, we simply go with add a base, like so. And we can go with start with template. We can import data, or we can simply go with start from scratch. So in my case, of course, I'm going to go with start from scratch. Then we need to come up with a name. I think I'm going to go with tutorial, like so. We can pick the colors, we can pick the icons, whatever you would want, and we should be in good shape. Once we log in, we're going to have this example. And you know what? I'm going to stick with views. So I'm going to remove this one. And that way I have a little bit more room. And then I also am a bit annoying with these names. I don't like to have them as a capitalized ones. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that the first table name will be products. And I always like to use the lowercase. Again, don't ask me why. That is just my preference. And the same goes with a column name. So notice here, of course, we have the columns, and then here we have the rows. Now, one interesting thing that I must warn you about the Airtable is the fact that even though you have these rows as empty, when you're fetching data, they actually come back as a actual data, if that makes any sense. So, for example, if you have 15 items and then you have 3 of them empty, you would think that they're not being sent, but in fact they are. So that's why you need to be careful where every time you add something to the Airtable, make sure that there's no empty rows, because as you can imagine, there's some kind of functionality that we're doing on our backend when we're fetching from the Airtable, correct? If, for example, I'm iterating over data, and if I'm trying to access some properties and they don't exist, well, your app might break. And that's one of those hard bugs to catch, because essentially it's just a innocent empty line. That should do it for the general setup. And next video, we'll start setting up the columns and adding the values as well. Awesome. Once we have the Airtable account, once we created a new base and we set up a new table by the name of product, then of course I would want to add the data. And let's see what we would want. So I'm going to navigate back to complete project. I'm looking for the Airtable, and essentially it's going to be the same thing where we have some kind of image. We have, of course, the name as well as the price. And also, since we'll make this project a bit interesting, we'll also add the description. Now, please keep in mind one thing where I purposely kept this info as little as possible because I just don't want to spend too much time on data entry. Now, what I would like to show you is the fact that, of course, you can go as complicated as you would want. So, for example, if you have enrolled in my React course, you know that we have the e-commerce store. And for the e-commerce store, I did set up the data in the Airtable. And you can notice that you can set it up as complicated as you would want. Again, the reason why we're not going to do that in this project because it's just going to take too much time. And I think it's somewhat unnecessary. But just don't think that you can add only simple data. You can make it as complicated as you would want. So let me close this one and I'll keep another one for reference. So this is the one that I was setting up for the tutorial. So I would want to have a name. I would want to have description column, image column, as well as the price column. And as you can see, I like to keep all my names lowercase because that just avoids some unnecessary bugs. Again, this gives me that grid view, which I don't want. And I would want to rename this one. I'm going to go with name. Now, this is going to be a simple text. So when you click on the column, you can set it up the data type essentially. And here you can have single text, long text, and of course you can see the other options. So in this case, we're going to go with single text. Now, I believe the next one is the description that I have. So let me have it as description. I'll keep that one as a long text because here we'll just grab some value for description. And I always like to go with not lorem ipsum, hipster ipsum. And the website is Hipsum. So I'll say beer me and I'll grab this value. Whatever you would want, doesn't really matter. Just add some kind of text. And now I'm going to navigate back to the Airtable and we'll just copy and paste. So for all of them, it's going to be exactly the same. Now for the attachments, I'll rename this one. And you know what, by the way, let me show you how you would delete the column as well. So right click it, delete the column, and I'll delete both of them. And then if you want to create a new one, of course, press on a plus. And then the name I went with was image. And then, like I said, you have multiple data types. And the one that we're looking for should be, I believe, attachment. Yeah, that's the one. So we create that and ask me to import data. No, I don't want to do that. And then the last one will be the price. Let's see. Yeah, I named this price. And then for the data type, normally you would probably go with number. And I'll talk about it when we work with Stripe. But in here, I just went with currency and I went with dollar and the precision. Yeah, I'll just leave it the way it is. So we create the field. That is all good. As far as the name, again, sorry, but I'm going to be going back to see what I have. So blue and then sneakers. As far as the image, this is where you would want to go to the assets that we have in a star. So click on select files. Now there's multiple options. You can get it online and all that, but what you're looking for is the desktop serverless functions. And then in the assets, you have for the three products, product 1, product 2, and product number 3. We open this up, we upload, of course, the product, and then we just need to come up with a price, which in my case is going to be $39.99, something like that. And once we're done, we just need to add the other two as well. So here, this is Nike shoes and pink shoes. So I'm going to go with Nike shoes and pink shoes. Description is going to be for all of them exactly the same, like so. And then for images, we're going to go with product number 2, upload, yep. And then we're going to do the same thing for product number 3. Again, keep in mind that this will throw an error since we have the fourth one empty. So that's why I'll go with right click and we'll just delete the record. So again, we'll add one more image. We're going to go here with product number 3. Okay, awesome. Good. We are in awesome shape. Let's just come up with some dummy values. So again, since these are Nike shoes, I think I'm going to go with 299. And then for the pink ones, we'll go crazy and we'll say that it's going to be $1,000. Once we're done with that, now, of course, we need to take a look how we can consume the data coming from the Airtable. Nice. We have our products in place. And now, of course, we would want to know how we can consume the data from the API, from the Airtable API. And in order to understand that, we need to go to API documentation. So we just click on this question mark, and then we're looking for API documentation. Now, their docs are really, really good. They honestly explain everything in detail, but I have a big issue with their SDK. So first, I'll show you how their SDK would work, and then I'll show you why we would want to use the Airtable node package that effectively is built on top of it. And the way it works, like I already previously mentioned with Airtable API, we need to have the base ID, and we'll also need to have the authentication. And this is where we would want to provide our own API key. All right. Now, why is that very, very important? Well, it is important because you don't want to stick this code in your front end. And as a side note, you know what? I think I didn't sign up for the key. My apologies. Let's just quickly go back to the Airtable. And I think we needed to go to account. Actually, what I would want is generate API key. So I'm going to go here. And now we're generating the key. And this is very, very important because we'll have to use that API key when we're setting up the consumption, when we're setting up the fetch. And that's why you don't want to just directly go to your front end, for example, here, and just add that data. Because then anyone who knows how to go to DevTools can have access to the key. And then you can literally do anything you would want with that key. For example, you can just remove your whole data. And now, of course, now we have this show API key. Again, this is dummy account. I have no problem showing that key because by the time you're watching this, it's going to be deleted anyway. Just keep in mind that when you work with your own Airtable data, be very, very careful of how you're sharing this key because literally the moment anyone has access to the key, they can wipe out your whole data. Like I said, they have really, really nice docs. We'll have to have access to the ID of the base. This is going to be very important. And we'll also need to have access to the API key. And then when it comes to their docs, they explain two options we can use. For example, just a regular fetch request. Again, that's something that we would do, for example, from the front end. But again, I wouldn't suggest doing that. And also they have this JavaScript SDK. And overall, the JavaScript SDK that they provide is pretty decent. Now, the problem is, for example, if you want to list the records, right? So you would need to require it. Yeah, that's easy. And once we require Airtable, then we need to set up a new instance and we need to provide these two values. We need to provide the API key and we need to provide the base ID. Now, like I previously mentioned, the base ID is right over here, and we can also see the API key. Now, they're good enough that they provide in documentation. So, for example, if I'm looking at list records option, notice how they right away supply these values. Of course, we'll have to set up the environment variables because you don't want to share them in your source code. And then we need to set up the base where we provide a product. Now, all of this is nice, but then we need to start dealing with each page and then fetching the next page. That's why we'll use another package that is built on top of it. Again, yes, you can definitely use their SDK, but I think it's just going to be faster if we go with this package. And the name of the package is Airtable and node, and let's just type npm. And then we're not looking for the Airtable npm, we're looking for Airtable -node npm. That's the one that we would want. Now, it's not the most popular package in the world, but it gets the job done. Where in this case, we require Airtable node. We still need to supply the same values. This would be the API key. Then we have the base, and then we have the table. So again, in our case, what is the structure? Well, let me go back here. We have the API key, which we just created. Then we have the base ID, which we can find, of course, in our docs, right? And then as far as the table, well, it is product. So make sure that you have all these values. And then the API is just easier for this package. Where essentially, instead of setting up this next page and then fetch your next record or whatever, I simply can go with Airtable list. And then I can just await, since this returns a promise, and I can just get all my records. And you'll see how much easier it is to work with this package. And that was the whole point why we're going to use this package instead of their official SDK. So for example, if I want to update, again, I just create a new instance and I get the ID, and then I can just use the update method. That's all. That's all we have to do. And knowing this, of course, we can navigate back to our project since I already installed the package, and we can start setting up our serverless function that fetches the records from the Airtable API. At this point, we should have the data in the Airtable. We should be at least a little bit familiar with their API, where we need to have the base ID, we need to have the API key, as well as the name of the table. And also we at least understand the basics of why we would want to use the Airtable node, the package that is built on Airtable, because it has a easier API. And since I don't want 10,000 tabs open, I'll close the ipsum. And eventually I'll also close the API docs for the Airtable, because we literally just need the ID of the base as well as the API key, because the rest of the functionality is going to come from Airtable node. Now, I'll repeat probably this 20 times during this video, but do not push the project up to the GitHub before we set up the environment variables, which we're going to do in the next video. Just don't do it. Again, otherwise you're just sharing with the rest of the world your API keys, and then whoever gets a hold of them can just wipe out your data. So we'll start simple. We'll set up our serverless function without the environment variables, and then later we will add them. And we're going to start by going to the functions. We'll create a new one. And in this case, I'll call this one Airtable JS. And we'll do the same thing like we previously did with basic API, where I'm just going to grab the hello one. And I want to see whether I'm getting some kind of response. So 200, and I'll call this Airtable example. So Airtable example. Remember, we needed to restart the server. So we're going to go with npm run netlify here. And then once we spin everything up, we should have a new tab. Again, we don't care about the new tab. We just want to go back to our starter. I'm going to refresh it. And I'm not going to be looking for the second function. Of course, now I would want to get the third one. So let's go with API 3. And then the function name was Airtable. Now, at the moment, I'm getting the fact that I cannot access it. That's interesting. Why is that happening? Well, that is because I have localhost 3000 for some reason. My apologies. I'm going to go back to 888. And if you see the Airtable example, then we're in good shape. And of course, we can continue. And now I would want to go back to docs of the Airtable node. We would need to install the package, which is already installed. Then we require it. And then we set up a new instance. And then we provide these three values: API key, base, and table name. So let me just grab these first 3 lines of code. copy and paste. And this is the first time where I'm reminding you, please do not push this up to the GitHub. In next video, I'll set up environment variables. And we have Airtable node. Awesome. Then I would want to navigate back to the Airtable docs, and I'm looking for the base ID. So pass it here. And I'm looking for my API key. So I'll keep on scrolling. And then there it is. So that is my API key. Of course, you can also access it in the place where we created. And now I'll pass in the API key. Okay, awesome. And then as far as the table, what we're looking for is the products, I believe, right? So that was the name, yeah. Table name. We're gonna go with product. And then inside of this handler, I would just want to see what I'm getting back. So I should have access to this table, to the products. And once we have access to the products table, then in order to access the values, again, let's just go back to the Airtable node documentation. We can simply see that we need Airtable. So that's going to be our instance, our product table instance. And then if I want to get the records, I just go with list. And then in order to get the actual records, we go by destructuring the records. So since we'll be using, again, async await, I'll right away set up try catch. Now for time being, I'll just leave this return here the way it is. Eventually we'll move it and we'll set up 1 for error and 1 for success, but not for now. We're going to go with const, and for time being, I'll just call this data. And then again, we run await, and then our instance, our Airtable, and then the method name was list. And I just want to console log the data. Now keep it in mind though, now this data will be in a terminal, not in the browser, but we do need to invoke it. So that's why we'll navigate to our serverless function. We'll invoke it. We'll perform a get request. There it is. And now, as you can see in the console, we get back our records. Again, I know I said this before, but you can use the Airtable SDK. It's just going to be a bit more painful, in my opinion, because you have to jump through some hoops where Airtable node just gives you a nice API. You want to get the records, just run list, and you are in good shape. So here, like I said, we have the object, the property name is records, and then here I have my array. So in order to get my array, I'll simply say that I would want to destructure the records, and then I'm going to iterate over them. And since the fields is an object itself, and this is where I have my values. So notice here, I have the ID, I have the fields property, and the fields is an object. Now that object represents all my values. It has name, description, image, and price. And the way we can see that is by removing this data. And we're going to say const product is equal to records. And I'm just going to map over it, because what I would want is to return a different structure. So I'm going to call this product. So now I'm iterating over this object, and I'm just going to destructure few things from this object. And first I would want to grab the ID. Now the ID, of course, is sitting in the product. It is sitting in the object. That's why I'll say ID is equal to the product. Now, rest of the properties are going to be sitting in this fields object. If you want, you can console log it, but in my case, I already know that they're going to be there. So I'm going to go with name, image, and price. Again, why do I know that the names are like that? Well, because I named them name, description, image, and price. And we're purposely not looking for description, because if you take a look at our project, you can see that we're not going to be displaying the description first. We only want to access that value once we open up the individual page for the product. And don't worry, we're going to get there together. So that's why we're not destructuring description. And we'll set it equal to product and then fields, of course. And once we're done with that, I also would want to get the URL. And in order to get the actual URL, we would need to grab the first item in the image array and then grab the URL property. Again, I'm not going to console log it just to speed it up, but trust me, it's there. So we're going to go with URL, and that is equal to image, and then it is an array, and then we're looking for the first item. That's why we go with image 0, and then more specifically, we're looking for the URL. And then from my map method, I would want to return ID, I would want to return name, and then URL and price. So that's going to be my new object that I'm returning, and I'm just using the ES6 feature where if the names match, then I can just skip setting the property equal to the value. So that should be in my product. So now, of course, I can cut this sucker out and then place in my try block. Then this is going to be 200, of course. Then we go with JSON, stringify, and we pass in the product like so. And then as far as the error, yep, there's going to be a return, and we're just going to go with 500, and we'll just say general server error. So server, and we're going to call this error. So once we navigate back to our browser, we fetch, and there it is. Now, of course, we have the product. And the cool thing, of course, right now is the fact that we are getting these products from the Airtable. So now, of course, nothing stops me from going back to the Airtable and adding an extra product. So I'm going to go with extra product. Then we'll right away copy and paste everything. I'll use the same image just to speed it up. So I'm going to go with image number 1. I'm going to upload. And then we're looking for some kind of price. Now, I don't want to add that extra one. So make sure that we delete that one. If by mistake you also add that one. And I'm going to set up the price to be $9.99. And once we have the message that the data has been saved, we can go back to our serverless function, invoke it one more time. Remember that every time we invoke it, then of course we still communicate with Airtable. And this is our new data where we have that extra product. And now, of course, we just need to go to our front end and build a nice user interface using our data. Before we set up our front end, though, let me repeat, we would always want to hide these values. We would always want to keep them as secret. And that's why, again, we wouldn't set up the whole functionality on our front end because it would be very easy for somebody to get that data. And even though right now this code is on our server, so technically no one would be able to go there and look at the code. The problem is that, of course, we'll be pushing this up to the GitHub. And once we do, again, we're exposing that data. So how we can set this up as some kind of secret variables? Well, in Node, we have something called ENV variables. And the way we set them up, again, in the root, that is extremely important. We go with new file, and then we go with dot, and then env. So now, of course, we're setting up the file for our environment variables. And then we just set up the key value pairs. We go with whatever is the name, and then whatever is the value. So base ID and, of course, the table name, I think that can be exposed. It doesn't really matter. But what I would want to hide, of course, is the API key. So here I'm going to come up with a name. So I'm going to say Airtable, table underscore API key. And a convention is using the uppercase, but again, you can do whatever you'd want. And then as far as the colors, if you notice that the color for the key is different than the color for the value, it's because I'm using this package and the package name was .env. So that's the one that makes it happen. And as far as the value, well, I simply would want to probably close my sidebar. And then I'm going to go to Airtable.js, and I'm just going to grab my API key. So I'll cut it out, copy and paste. And now what I would want is, of course, to save the file. Now keep in mind one thing, where in the git ignored, I purposely add right away .env. Because if you'll not add this to the git ignore, again, everything that we're doing is somewhat useless since everyone will be able to see the env file anyway. Now in the Airtable.js, in our serverless function, Now, of course, I would want to access that variable. However, it's not as simple. It's not as just going and saying what is the variable name. That's why we would need to use another package that I have installed, and the package name is .env. And the syntax is following, where we could technically assign it to some kind of variable, but we don't have to. We simply go with require. So we require the package name, and then the package name is .env, like I said, and then we run config method. And if we have env file in the root, then we don't need to even provide any kind of parameters to the config. We just run the config, and now, of course, where we have the API key, instead of providing the key and then pushing this up to the GitHub so everybody can see, I'm going to go with process.env. So now I'm accessing those environment variables, and then whatever is the name of the key. So in my case, it is Airtable API key. We go back, we copy and paste, and now, of course, we'll have access to it here. Now, every time you work with ENV variables, it is safer if you just restart. Otherwise, you will have some weird bugs. So I'll stop the server. I'll run npm run and then netlify. And by the way, I didn't save the file, so maybe I'm gonna have the error. So I'll stop and restart one more time. So npm run netlify. So we spin this up, and if I go to the /API and then 3 Airtable, I should have access to my data. So if you still see the data, you are in good shape. That means that everything works. And then once we're done with the project, I'll show you how we would need to set up those variables on Netlify. Because now we need to understand that the moment we'll push this up to the GitHub, of course, Netlify will redeploy our site, but there's going to be an issue. Because Netlify will complain, hey, I don't know what is the value here. So that's why I just wait till we build out the front end. And then once we're done with that, then we'll push this up to the GitHub. And then I'll show you how to set up the ENV variables on Netlify. So that way, of course, your project will have no bugs or issues. And once we have added our ENV variables, now we're in good shape. And of course, now we can continue working on our front end. Now, since I have a bunch of tabs open, I'll just start closing them. I'll still leave the Airtable because later we'll add a table with more data. So that one will stay. However, the API documentation, I don't need it anymore since we'll use this one instead. So I'll keep this one open. And then this is going to be our complete project. Again, what we're trying to achieve is the same thing like in the previous project where we just iterate over data and then display the products on a screen. Now, this project is going to be a bit more complex where we'll set up a separate page for more info. So notice once I click on a product, I open up a new page. So that one will be product HTML and I provide the ID. And then once I navigate to that page, then we refetch the data. And more specifically, we get this description. That's why purposely we didn't pass it when we were setting up the initial function. And later, I'll show you how to combine everything in one function. Again, I'm skipping a little bit ahead just to give you a general idea of what we're going to be working on. So now let's navigate back to our starter. We want to go to the Airtable. And as you can see, this is going to be our third example. I'll close everything that I currently have open because we're pretty much done in our serverless function. So let me close everything. And of course, I would also want to close all my files. And I'm looking for Airtable one. And I'm looking for app.js. So that's where we'll set up all our functionality. Now, if you're interested, what is in the index.html? Again, the same thing. We have, of course, the Airtable, that's going to be our title. We have the CSS, we have the nav, we have the heading 1, and at the time, we have this loading in the result. And of course, the Axios. So now in the app.js, I'm just selecting the result, and we'll start by fetching the data, of course. So I'll close the sidebar here. I'll zoom in. We'll see how that works. Maybe I'll have to zoom out again. So we'll go with const and then fetch product is equal to async. Again, it's going to be a synchronous function because we'll use await, and I'll right away get the data. So we're going to go with const and then data, and where we're fetching this from, of course, that is from our serverless function, correct? So we're going to go with axios.get and then API 3, and I believe the name was Airtable. Let me just double check. So there are no dumb bugs. Yep, the name was Airtable. We're fetching that, and I would want to right away stick it in the try and catch because maybe there's going to be a error. And if there is an error, I'm just going to go with a result. That's the node that I have selected, and we're just going to go with inner HTML. Let's set up a heading 4, and let's just say there was an error. Like so, I'll close my heading 4, and then for the time being, let's just console log the data just so we can see that everything works. Now, in this case, I did not set up the console log. My apologies. I mean, the initial one. Hopefully everything works though. So we're going to go with fetch products, and we should see the data. So I navigate to my Airtable one, to my starter. I refresh. I still have the loading because if there's no error, of course, this is not going to change. And in the console, we should have this array. So of course, we have array of 4 items. And now we just need to repeat the same steps that we did in a previous example. The difference, of course, that we're going to be returning different HTML. But the idea is exactly the same. Again, we iterate over, and then for every item, we have a HTML. And that's why I'll speed this up. I'm going to go with const products again. We'll call this data. We're mapping over. Each and every item is an object. I'll reference it as a product. We will destructure it, ID, URL, name, price. All of that is coming from my product. And as far as the return, we'll go with the return. I'll set up template strings. And this is going to be the difference where I would want to return a link. Because again, in a complete project, you can see that once you click on the item, you navigate to that individual page. And if you take a look at the project, you can see that in the Airtable, we also have this product HTML. So this is where we'll do a little bit more work, where once you click on a product, we will navigate to this product HTML, and we'll have to fetch the info about that specific product. So that's why it's going to be a link to a product HTML page, but we'll have to supply the unique ID of the product. And of course, that way we'll be able to make another fetch request from the product page. Hopefully that makes sense. So we're going to go with href. And here, like I said, we go with product HTML. So that is the page in my example. And then I would want to supply the URL parameter, or they're also called query string parameters. And the way we set up, we go with question mark. And then again, we use key value pairs. And you can supply as many parameters as you would want. But in our case, we just want to set up the ID. So generally, we work something like this, where we go with question mark. And then after the question mark, the syntax is following, where we go with key value pair. So in our case, we're going to go with ID. And then, of course, eventually this value will be dynamic. But just to showcase how that would work, I would go with ID and then, for example, 1. Then if I would want to add more query string parameters, then, of course, I'm going to go with and. So we're going to go with this ampersand. And then again, the name, I don't know, that could be a name itself, and then whatever value. So in this case, it's going to be John. And if you have been searching the web, you know that these can get quite long. And this is a very, very useful info that we can use on the front end as well as on the back end. First, we'll use this on the front end, where notice how we're navigating to the page, but now I would want dynamically pass in that unique ID of the product. And since I'm using template string, I simply need to pass in the ID. And in a second, you'll see how all of them are dynamic because, of course, the ID is unique. And then still within a link, I'm going to go with class because we would want to add a little bit of styling, and I'll name this product, and I would want to close my link tag, of course, like so. And then inside of this link, let's just go with image. So img, then we'll have a source, and this is where I'll pass in that URL. Of course, the one that we're getting from our serverless function. Then we'll pass in the alternative. And again, we'll pass in dynamic value. We'll say name over here. And let's close the image. And right below it, again, the same deal. We're going to go with div class. We'll pass in the info. And inside of this div, we're going to say that there's going to be a name as well as the price. So let's just do it here. Let's say heading 5, and we'll close the heading 5 and dynamically insert the name of the product as well as the price. Now for the price, again, we have the same spiel where we would want to have a class. So that's why I'll copy and paste, and I'll just add class, and we'll call this price. And here, as far as the value, let's add a $sign, and then let's just say price. Remember, we would want to turn this into a string, so that's why we run join, and we would want to join it with empty space. That's why we'll provide that empty quotation mark. And then when it comes to result, we're just going to go with result inner HTML, and then we go with products. Of course, if you're, for example, using React, then you would set up your component. You would probably set up use effect, and then of course you would fetch the data and then stick it as your variable or something like that, meaning state variable. And once we're done with the setup, now let's just go to our front end. So this is going to be my starter. Let me refresh, and I should have my products, and there it is. Now, of course, I have them, and I can nicely display them. Now, again, the key here is that they are links. So once we click on them, notice the browser URL. Now we navigate to the same example number 3. Now the page is different, of course, right? So now we have product HTML, and here we provide this unique ID. So we have query string parameter where we have question mark, and then in this case, the value is the ID. And at this point, we just see the single product. There's nothing specific about it. Why? Well, because in the product HTML, this is what I have. I have the single product, and we'll use this structure to insert the dynamic data. Basically, I didn't want to build the whole structure together with you. I already set up the structure where I have the single product, I have the article, I have the image and all that. We just need to supply that dynamic data. So when we navigate to that page with our info complete, then of course, I'll be fetching the info about that specific product. Hopefully it is clear. Where we set up the Airtable, we fetch using the Airtable node because it has a simpler API. And this is where we can set up all our products. And now we just need to worry about how we can fetch that extra info, which in our case is just going to be a description about the product in a single page using the query string parameters. Beautiful. We have the basics in place. So now let's worry about the function that would provide info about a specific product. Now, first we'll set up separate function for that. And then later, I'll show you how we can combine it in one function. Where basically, if we would just want to get data about all the products, we still provide that. But then if we add the query string parameter, then of course we're fetching data about that one specific product. So I'm going to navigate back to my project. I will leave the product HTML open. I think I can close the app.js for the time being. And I don't think we need the index HTML as well. Hopefully it is clear that in the products HTML, we display, or I'm sorry, in the index HTML at the moment, we display the product. products are links. And then once we click on a product, we navigate to the product HTML page and we pass in the ID. And of course, later on the front end, we'll do something with an ID because we'll have to provide it to the function that we're about to create. So back to the functions, we create a new file. I'll say 3, and we'll call this product.js. And then, like I already previously mentioned, later I'll show you how we can combine both of them in one function because it also is a possibility. I first would want to start with my hello code, copy and paste. And of course, I didn't copy that. So copy and paste. And we'll say single product here. Single product. Let's restart the sucker. So stop npm run Netlify. I believe that was the command. Then I'll close it. I don't need the new tab open. And in here, instead of Airtable, we already know that that functionality works. Let's just go with product. And of course, I can see that I have single product. And eventually, the way it's going to work is something like this, where I have my products. Okay, awesome. And then once I click on a product, remember, I navigate to product HTML, and then I use my query string parameter. Now I'll use the front end JavaScript. So the JavaScript code we're about to write in the product.js on our front end in the example, I'll grab this one and I'll make a fetch request to my serverless function. And essentially, I'll pass this value to my serverless function. So now the question is, well, how we can check for those values? Well, if we go back to our URL, and in this case, I'll zoom in, we can do the same thing. We can just go with question mark. And then, of course, I'll just keep the name the way it is. But remember, sky's the limit. You can call this Bugs Bunny. And for the time being, I'll just pass in 1. So we pass this in. We still have the GET request and all that. But notice something interesting right now. Where once we go back, remember the event, right? So event, and that was useful info about the request. And now I'll open up the terminal. Of course, I cannot see anything right now, but if I'll go back and refresh, I should see the object. And what's really interesting is that I have this query string parameters object. Now, it's always going to be an object, even if nothing is provided. But what's really cool, I have this key. And of course, it has the value of 1. So now, of course, what I could do is just destructure that ID out of the query string parameters. And I can check if the value is provided, if there is an ID, then I can try to get the data about that product using the Airtable node. If not, then I'll just send back, hey, listen, you did not provide the ID. And for this serverless function, I need to have the ID in order to retrieve the data about the product. All right. So how we can do that? Well, I could set up a const ID and I'll right away destructure it. And this is coming from event and query string parameters, like so, because I can see it that they're over here. So we go with event, query string parameters. Make sure that you either copy or write exactly how the property name is, otherwise it's not going to work. And here I'm checking for the ID. And I'll right away set up the if statement, where if the ID is not provided, then I'll right away send back the 400, where I'll say, please provide product ID. And the way it's going to look like, we're going to go with if ID is there, awesome. We'll do some kind of functionality. So for the time being, we'll just say single product. So we'll keep it the way it is. However, if it's not, then we're just going to go with 400 and we'll say there was an error. Or, you know what? Let's just say, please provide product ID. And keep in mind one thing where we need to have these returns, of course, because we know that in JavaScript, if we hit this if we don't have the return, we'll always end up reading the rest of the code, which in our case, of course, is going to be the error. So now if we go back, I should see the single product if the ID is there, but if the ID is not there, so if I just remove it, now notice we have please provide product ID. Keep in mind, I still can provide my key value pairs over here. I can provide the name, I can provide, I don't know, whatever I would want here. Remember, sky's the limit. We can add as many as we would want. In our case, we are just looking for the ID. The object will always be there, but I'm checking for the property. If the property is provided, awesome, we'll do something. If not, then of course, we're just sending back 400 that, well, we're looking for the ID. So now, of course, I would want to use that data, that ID, and fetch info about the product. So I'll use again Airtable node. That's why I'll just copy these lines of code. There's really no need to retype it from the scratch. So let's copy from the Airtable.js, navigate back to the product.js, copy and paste. Again, we have .env because I want to access the variable, the Airtable API key. Then I have still the same base and I have the product. And now in the if block, if I have the ID, well, now I would want to communicate with the Airtable and see whether I'm getting back the ID. So the way it's going to look like, first, I'm going to remove this return for time being. I'll close my sidebar and we'll just take a look at the try and catch. So we'll go here with try catch and we'll await for the Airtable, for instance, and the method name in the Airtable node is retrieve. So we pass in the ID. So I'm going to say const product is equal to await, and then Airtable, and then also retrieve. Like I said, that was the method name, and then we pass in the ID. Now the problem here is that the serverless function is going to be kind of hanging because ID will be there, but there's no response. So in this case, let's just go back to the same one. And I'm sorry, I said to remove it. Let's just go with status code, I believe, right? So status code of 200. And as far as the body, I'll say single product, single product. My bad. Sorry, I said to delete, but actually we'll keep it. And now what I would want is just to take a look at the product, because I would want to showcase that there's going to be a case where product exists. And then of course we'll have a error as well, meaning there might be a case where product doesn't exist. And this is going to be the case right now because I'm going to go with just ID and then 1. So we'll refetch it one more time. And for some reason we removed it here. So we'll say product number 3. And now we fetch the single product. But what I'm more interested is my console. Because if I cannot get the product by that ID that I'm passing in, and of course there is no product with an ID of 3 that we just passed in, then I'm going to get back this object with a property of error. And it's important because we'll set up our logic over here, where I'll say if the product that I'm getting back has the property of error, well, that means that I cannot find that product, correct? However, if the property of error is not going to be there, then I know that I'm getting back that product. So inside of the try catch block, we'll set up one more if statement. We'll say product error. And if that is the case, then let's grab one of the returns. It doesn't really matter which one because we'll set up a specific info anyway. So now, of course, it's not going to be a status code of 200 since it is a error. And if you cannot find the resource, then the status code is 404. And in the body, I'll set this up as a template string. And we're going to go with no product with ID. And then we'll just set up our ID. And now again, let's test it out one more time, where once we refresh, we should get no product with an ID of 3. Beautiful. So now we can see that we cannot get that product. Now, of course, I would want to get the ID that does exist. So I'm just going to change this around a little bit where I'm going to go to the Airtable function and just grab any of these IDs. It doesn't really matter which one. As long as you copy and paste the whole value, you're going to be in good shape. So copy that one. And again, we'll navigate back to the product. Then we want to set up the question mark and then the ID and copy and paste the value. So now, of course, we should get the single product because this actual product does exist. So in this case, of course, the product error property is not there. So we are in good shape. So if that is the case, I'll take my return, the one that I have below the try and catch block, cut it out. And then if the product error doesn't exist, then of course there's going to be a return. And in this case, we're returning 200. And of course, we still need to use the JSON stringify. We'll go with JSON stringify and we pass in the product. Now, there's also a possibility for the error, but I can tell you honestly that with this Airtable node, they technically don't throw that error. So I'll copy this one here just so we are on the same page. But tell you honestly, when I was building it, I was never hitting this one. So I'm going to go with 404, no product found with this ID. And just to go over one more time. So of course we set up the Airtable, that stays the same. And then here in the serverless function, we use our event object. And on event object, we have this query string parameters where we can access the query string parameters that are set on the URL. And the object will always exist. So that's why I'm not checking whether it exists. I know that it will always exist, but I'm checking for specific property. And in my case, the property name is ID. And then I'm communicating with Airtable node where I use the method of retrieve. If the product comes back with another property, that means that there's no such product. So we return 404. So product doesn't exist. If that's not the case, then we return 200 and we just stringify the product, whatever we're getting back. And then, of course, we also have the catch, where if there's some kind of issue with Airtable node, then we return 400, or, you know, in this case, I think it's better with 500. Let's just stay consistent, and I'm going to go 500, and I'll say server error or something like that. Server error. Because, again, there's some libraries that would throw the error here in a catch. In the Airtable node, they actually provide the product with an error. So that is the difference. That's why I'm saying that most likely you won't hit this one, but let's just add it there for the sake of consistency. And then lastly, I have 400, and that is happening if the ID is not provided at all. So then, of course, I want to throw, please provide product ID. And now once we navigate back to the URL, and if you don't change anything about the ID, you should get the single product. And this is the time where we get the ID. Notice we have the fields, we have the price. Like I previously mentioned, image is an array, and it is an array, and we're looking for the first item. And then this is the URL where the actual image is sitting. Now, if I remove or if I add some extra character, now I should have no product with an ID of whatever I provided over here. So if I, again, set up the correct ID, I should get back the response. Hopefully everything is clear. And now we can move back to the front end and actually set up the fetch request to our product serverless function and retrieve this info about specific product. Bad, not bad. We have our single product function in place. So now, of course, we just need to set up the functionality in front end where when this page loads the product HTML, we fetch info about specific product, the ID of which has been provided over here in the URL, and then we just update this. Instead of this generic single product and generic photo and all that, we'll get that dynamic data about specific product. So let's do this, people. We're going to navigate back to our Airtable. And in this case, we're not looking for index HTML. We're not looking for app.js. We're looking for product HTML. Like I said, we have the title. By the way, I should probably change this to a single product. Then we have the nav, like previously. Then we have a link to navigate back to all the products. Keep in mind that this is not back to all the examples. This is still within the example number 3, the index HTML. And then we have this generic data about the single product, which we're going to use a little bit later once we set up proper fetch request. Now, the gotcha here is that we're not working with app.js. So this is why we would want to go to product.js. This is where we'll set up the info to fetch data about that specific product. And we're going to start by selecting the result. Again, the div, or I don't know. Let's check. I think it was a div, but just to make sure, I'm going to go with result. And yeah, that is a div. My apologies for the detour. I'll save it over here. And we're going to go with the result. So I'll select the node, and we do that with document, query selector, and we're looking for the class of result. And then once we have selected the result, then again, we would want to set up a fetch. So we go with const, and we'll say fetch product, I guess, in this case. So fetch and product, that's the function name. Again, it's going to be async, since we'll have some asynchronous actions, and we'll want to right away fetch the product. Let's start with simple console log, and we'll just say single product page. Let's save it. And again, we need to go back to our starter, and we need to navigate back to all the products. I'll open up the console, and at the moment it should be empty. And then once we navigate here, notice we have single product page. Awesome. And we're going to start by setting up the loading where we have the result. So in the product HTML, like I said, we have div with a class of result. And then while we're still fetching data, I would want to display loading. So in the product.js, I'll simply say result inner HTML is equal, and we're just going to go with heading 2, and we're going to go with loading, dot, 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 dot. Let's close the heading 2. And if everything is correct, we should display loading. There it is. Now, of course, we have our loading. Then I would want to set up try catch block, because again, we'll have to set up a request. And in this case, of course, it's going to be to our single product, correct? So let's remove that console log. Let's set up a try catch. And now, $64,000 question. How can we access that ID that we're passing in dynamically? And let me set this up over here, where I have the app.js, of course, in the example. So how can I access this one? And in the vanilla JS world, we simply go with window, location, and then search. So back in the product.js, I'm going to go with const ID is equal to window. So that is the window object. And then we have location, and then we have a search property. And what you should see is exactly what we're looking for in the product.js. So let's go back, let's refresh and check it out. Now I have the question mark, the ID, as well as the value. And for every product, of course, that value is going to be different. Now, I'm not going to compare them, but I'm just telling you that even though the photos are the same, please understand that this ID will always be unique. So what do we need to do? Well, we just need to grab this ID, and we need to set up, of course, our request, correct? So we're going to go with const. Now I'll console log this data. I'm not going to destructure it yet, and there's a reason why. And we're going to set this up to await. Then again, we go with axios, and then we go with get. And now what is the function name? Well, we go with / API. Then we have the product. And in this case, though, we need to set this up as a template string. So my apologies, it's not going to be simple quotation mark. It's going to be a template string. We go with API, then number 3, just because I'm annoying. And we're going to go with a function name, which is product. And then since I access everything, I have the question mark, I have the ID, and then the value. I simply need to pass in the ID. Of course, there's ways how you can get only specific ID or the value, but we don't need to because our function, our product function, is actually looking for all this. It's looking for the question mark, the ID, and then the value, correct? That's how we set up the function. And there's going to be also a case for error, maybe. So that's why I'll set up right away a catch where I'll say if there's an error in our HTML, it's simply going to be equal to template string. We're going to go with heading 2, and we're just going to go with remember error. And in Axios, it was a response. And then we have data. That's where the error is going to be. And we're going to go with heading 2. Now, in order to simulate error, first of all, let's just console log data if it is successful, because I would want to try that first. So let's console log, or I'm sorry, let's refresh and then check it out. Now, of course, we have the data. Status is 200, which just means that, yes, there is a product with that ID. And then we have the data property. And inside of this data property, we have fields. And basically why I'm showing you that, because in this case, notice how in our product, I didn't do any destructuring. I just grabbed the product and I sent it back to whoever is asking, right? In this case, of course, that is my front end. And that's why we'll have to do a little bit of destructuring on a front end. Previously, that wasn't the case because, of course, I did all the work in the Airtable. So that is, of course, the difference. And by the way, if you want to see the whole structure, there it is. If you navigate directly to the serverless function using the browser, but of course, you need to provide the value for the ID. And that value needs to be existing ID. And since I would also want to try out the error, I'm going to go here, const ID. And basically the way it works is I kind of just dump nothing in there. So I'll go with the value for the ID. I'll say question mark ID, and for example, equal to 1. So I'll just change this value around. And now in a single product, once I fetch, I should have no product with an ID of 1. So I'm just showing you what would be possible error. So I'll move this up. I'll comment this out for your own reference if you would ever want to check the error, and we'll go back to a valuable ID. And then, of course, there is now we have loading because I have success. And the only thing left to do is to destructure our data. And again, let me repeat one more time. The data will be in the fields because I really don't need the ID in this case. I only want the fields because inside of the fields, this is where I can get my values. And then we just need to wrap it in nice HTML. So I'll start here where at the moment I have access to the whole data, but I'm actually going to destructure data. And then since data is an object itself, this time I'm looking more specifically to the fields property in the data object. And once I have access to that, I'm just going to go to name, description, then price, and then the image. And all of that is coming from the fields because that's the property name. And once I have all of this in place, I'm just going to go with result in our HTML. And this is where I would want to navigate back to the product and now select starting with a comment and ending with a comment. But of course, do not include the comments. So start with heading 1 and end with a closing tag of the article. Now you can cut it out, but in my case, I'm just going to copy. We'll go back and we'll right away set up a template string and copy and paste. So now, of course, we just need to provide these values, which are going to be different for every product. For example, for heading 1, it's not going to be a single product. We'll say name. Then article stays the same, class stays the same, the ID, or I'm sorry, the class for the image stays the same. What I would want to change is the URL. That's going to be unique. So since I have template strings, I just interpolate the value and we're going to go with image. Remember, it is an array. we're looking for item number 1, and we're looking more specifically for the URL. Then again, interpolation, we go with name for the alternative. Then we have product info, same deal. For the third time already, we're getting the name. Then for the price, we're just accessing the price property. And then you can probably already guess what we're doing for description. Just remove this dummy value, and then we just go for description. And now what should happen when we navigate to the single product, there it is. Now I have my product. And if I go and select different product, of course, now I'll have different product displayed on a screen in the single product page. And next video, I would want to show you how we can combine both functions in one, because that is still possible. And then we'll deploy it. And then, of course, I'll show you how we can add those Airtable values to our Netlify, so that way we don't get some weird bugs. Beautiful. And before we deploy the project one more time on Netlify, let me just showcase how we could set up everything in one serverless function. Now, please keep in mind two things. First, it is optional. You can definitely keep it in two functions. There's no rule against that. And second, there's going to be a lot of copying and pasting, because I don't see the point of setting up everything from the scratch. So what we would want to do is go back to the functions. Again, just because I'm annoying, I'm going to go with 3 and then Z, because I would want to display this function last, since I have one for Airtable and one for product. So I'm going to go with complete, and I'm going to call this JS. I do need to remember right away to restart the server. We'll just go with npm run, and then of course Netlify. We spin this sucker up, and we'll start in the product. Now again, opens up a new tab. I don't need the new tab. What I would want is to navigate to the product. So we'll start over here, pretty much grab this whole info, go back, copy and paste. And once we have dumped these values, we just need to scroll down and remove that return where we say, please provide product ID. So remove this sucker over here. And now, of course, I need to go back to the Airtable and also grab this logic. So let's say try and catch. So you want to copy that and copy and paste below. So let's understand what's happening. So I have one serverless function. That is my URL, where I go with 3-Z and then complete. So if there is an ID, so if there's query string parameter with the value of ID, then I'm trying to get that product. Now, if I'm not successful, I'm returning 404, and I say no product with an ID of blah, blah, blah. Then, if everything's fine, I send back the product. Now, if there's some weird error, then of course I send back the 500. Now, if I don't provide it, then of course I'm just getting the list. I say Airtable list, and then of course I'm getting all the values and do the same spiel, where I iterate over them and I send back the product. And if there's some kind of error again, I send back the 500. So now, of course, in order to test it out, first of all, let's go to the browser. I think that's going to be a bit safer, where we simply go with localhost. Sorry, not like then. We're going to go with localhost. We're looking for 888, then / then API, and then we go with 3, and then what was the name? Z, and then complete. In this case, notice how I'm not providing the ID, correct? So this should give us all the products. Okay, hopefully that is clear. And just to stay on the safe side, I'll copy and paste. So I'll create a new tab, and then I'll grab this one ID. I guess the first one. And remember, we needed to add the query string parameters. We copy and paste, and this should give us the single ID, correct? And if I will tamper with it, if I'll try to get some kind of ID that doesn't exist, then of course I'll get this error. And now I'm gonna go to the examples, and first in the app.js, I'll leave this one for your reference, because again, the idea doesn't change. So I'll just copy and paste and I'll comment this out. And here we go with 3Z and then complete like so. And we're going to do the same thing in the single product. So product.js, what you would want to do, of course, is to comment this out, copy and paste, and uncomment this. And we're just changing the value here for our serverless function. So we go with 3-Z and then complete like so. And if everything is correct, our application should still work. So let's refresh. I can see shoes, and there it is. I have all 4 products, so that didn't change. And if I take a look at the single product, I still have access to the info. Beautiful. Now we just need to push this up to the GitHub, add the environment variables to our Netlify, and at least the example number 3 is going to be good to go. Not bad, not bad. I think we're in good shape, and we can push this up to the GitHub, and then Netlify will automatically start rebuilding our site. So what I would want is to navigate to Netlify, and I'm not going to show you what kind of error you would get if you push this up without the environment variables. I think it's just going to be a waste of our time. So I'll simply log in, and then if you remember, in order to set up those environment variables, we needed to navigate to domain settings. Then we're looking for build and deploy, keep on scrolling, and check it out. Here we have those environment variables. So we click here on edit variables. Then we navigate back to our project and check it out. We have Airtable API key. So you need to make sure that you use the same name, of course, otherwise it's not going to make sense. And you just want to pass this value like so. So you pass the value, save it, and now we should be in good shape. Where again, we would want to push this up to the GitHub. Now, let me stress something. Where if you want this data to be accessible on different apps, just like I showed you the previous example with basic API, include these headers. Now, I'm not including them because, well, there's no point. I already showed you the example with the basic API, and these ones, I mean, I don't really care whether the different API can access them or not. That's why I'm just skipping off adding the headers. Now, if you have different app, for example, React app, that we want to access that, of course, make sure that you add them. Make sure that you have those headers. Or, of course, add the function, the serverless function that we created, for example, the Z complete one, to your React project, which, by the way, we'll cover later in the course. Basically, at the very end, when I show you all kinds of functionality with the vanilla JS approach, I'll simply show you how you can also add the serverless function to the React project, for example. So hopefully that is clear. And I'm just going to go here to the GitHub one, and I'll say project 3 or example 3. Let's do it this way. Example 3 complete. And then there it is. We just click on a check mark, and then we push this up to the GitHub. Now the build should be pretty quick. There's not much to it. So let's scroll up. We see the deploys. Notice we have the message example 3 complete. And here we're building, of course, building. While Netlify is busy building my site, I'm going to remove some of the tabs because, again, it's just getting too busy over here. And you know what? I think I'm also going to close the Airtable node one. If you ever want to double check whether the code that I'm writing is correct, of course you can do it. But for the remainder of examples, I'm just going to tell you what is the method name and what do we need to provide. Looks like we're in good shape. We have more functions. That's awesome. We have site is live. That should do it. So we can just navigate to our site and we can check it out. We have the hello world, basic API, and we're looking for Airtable. Now we're fetching data from the Airtable. And by the way, if you want to see it in action, I'm just going to remove the product. I'm going to say, you know what? This one is not needed. Let's just wait. We'll see how long it takes. And there it is. Within a matter of seconds, we have our new updated data. So we have nice GUI, which we can use to delete, update, create whatever data, and we can display it right away in our application. And if I would want to see the single product, there it is. Now I have my Nike shoes. Awesome. I think we're in good shape and we can continue with our examples. And at the very end, I'm going to show you how to set up serverless functions with React app. Now we're not going to set up all the previous examples in React app. That would be very time consuming, but we are going to create a basic setup so you have a clear idea of how to add the serverless functions to your React app. And what are some gotchas you need to be aware of? If you're wondering why I ended up adding React project as well, essentially there are two reasons. First, at the time of recording, React is by far the most popular framework. So it's a good chance that most of the course students use React. And second, initially I used serverless functions to set up the API for my React course. And I've been getting a lot of questions from my React course students about that, about the whole setup. So it only makes sense if I cover all of the steps in details. If you want to see the app, we are going to be making navigate to URL serverless func React example. Again, the URL is serverless func react example .netlify.app. And again, it's not going to be super complex app. However, we'll take a look at how we can fetch data from our previous project. Remember, our second example was local data, but remember we added that header so we can access that data from other apps. That's going to be our first example. And second example, we'll take a look at how we can add a serverless function to our React app and essentially fetch data in React component from our own app. Essentially, we'll have our React app, we'll have the serverless function that fetches products data from the Airtable. And then instead of going to the third-party API and fetching some data, we'll fetch it from within our own server because, of course, we'll have the serverless function in our project. And we'll also take a look at how we can set up a single page with React router DOM as well. And of course, if something is iffy at the moment, as we're working on the examples, I'll cover everything in greater detail. And also, since it is a React app, there are going to be some gotchas when it comes to deployment. So, of course, I'll cover them as well. Now, in order to follow along with the project, you will need a starter. So you'll need to navigate back to my GitHub. And again, the handle is John-Smilga. And then you're looking for serverless func, React, and starter. Now there's a complete one as well, but again, the starter is going to be in a repo by the name of serverless func React starter. Go there and just follow along with the videos. And once I'm at the repo, as always, you can fork it, you can download, or you can simply clone, which is going to be my option. So I'm going to get the URL. I'm going to navigate back. Now, if you want, you can leave this one on desktop. It doesn't really matter. And I'm just going to open up a new one. So CD, desktop. Let's just zoom in though. Desktop. And then we're looking for git clone and copy and paste. That's my starter. So I'll open up a new window in my text editor. And since it is a React app, and I used create React app to set it up, of course, we'll have to install dependencies, and it's going to take more time than the previous starter. So in this case, we need to run npm install. And while the dependencies are being installed, I'm just going to showcase that it is pretty traditional React app where we have the public. Here, of course, we have index.html. If you want, you can change the title. At the moment, I have serverless and React starter. So I think in my case, I'm just going to remove the starter Then we have the source. This is where we'll do most of our work. So I have the app.js here with just a heading 2. And as a side note, I believe this is a React 17. And if you take a look in React 17, we don't need anymore that import React from React. Now, as we'll be creating our own components, since I'm using the snippet, I believe it still injects that import React from React. But just keep in mind that with React 17, you don't need to do that anymore. Now, in the source, we also have index CSS for all our styles, as well as the index.js, where at the moment we have app, but eventually this is where we'll set up React router DOM. Then we have get ignored, essentially the files that are going to be ignored by the source control. Now we're mainly interested in this .env. And of course we have netlify toml file where we point to the functions folder, which we haven't created yet, as well as set up redirect. Now, since it is a React app, there's going to be a few more things that we'll add to this netlify toml file, but we'll do that at the very end because it's just important for deployment. And then we have package.json, where of course we have all the packages that React needs, as well as few of our own. So we have Axios again, we have Airtable node, and of course I'll explain each package once we add it to the project. And in the README, you'll just find a setup for the toml one. So this is going to be the complete setup, and also have a build command. And of course, I'll talk about it again once we are ready to deploy the project. And once we're done with the setup, since we have netlify package, technically we can run npm run netlify. Again, that is always an option because notice I have the script command over here. The thing is, for the first example, for the basic setup, I would just want to spin up the React server. So that one is done with npm start, because I would want to showcase that with the first example, we don't need netlify server in place. So in this case, I'm just going to go with npm start, and that should spin up a server on local host 3000. Again, keep in mind there's a difference. There's a local host 3000 where we have app served by create React app server, and then eventually once we add the serverless function to our React app, we'll have to spin up our server on localhost 888, and that is going to be done using the npm run netlify. And once you spin up the React server, this is what you should see on screen. And now, of course, we're ready to work on our first example. Beautiful. So now let's work on our first example. This is going to be the basic setup, where if you remember, as our second example, we served a local API. Essentially, the data was local. However, remember, we added the header. So that just meant that we can access this data from any app. And if you need to jog your memory, I'm going to go to Serverless Functions course. So that's the URL. And then if you take a look at the basic API, remember, we set this up with local data. Now, I'm not really interested in this case in the front end. What I'm interested is the API. So I'll remove that part of URL, and we're just going to go with API 2 and then basic API. So that's the data that I'm looking for. And now what I would want is to fetch this data from this URL. So from the project that is already hosted on Netlify, and just render it in my React app. Now, here's the thing. If you want, you can grab this URL, essentially from my complete project, and then you're just looking for API to basic. However, I would suggest grabbing this data from your own project, because eventually, if I'll see too many requests, so if it's going to exceed that 125,000 that Netlify gives for free, then of course I'll just remove that header and you'll get a course error. Just keep that in mind. If there's not going to be too many requests, you should be able to use this URL, but if there's going to be too many, I'll just remove that header. And then, of course, you'll get the course error. Now, if you deployed your own project, you should always have access to that URL as well. So I'm going to copy this URL. I'm going to head back to my project, and then in the source, so let me zoom in, that's my source. I would want to create a new file, and I'm just going to call this basic.js. Again, in React 17, we don't need to import React from React, but since I'm using my snippets, I'm just going to import it anyway. Notice here, we have import React from React, and that's my basic component. And I would also want to right away import two more things. I would want to get use effect, since we'll set up fetch, as well as use state, since I would like to store those products somewhere, and I'll store it in the state, as well as Axios from Axios, just because I think it's going to be easier than the regular fetch. And we're importing this from the Axios library. And once I have my imports, I'll right away set up my URL. So const URL is equal to my string. And let me set it up in quotation marks, like so. And once I have added the string, then of course I would want to set up my state value. And you know what? Before we do anything, why don't we set up a section here? And just let's see whether we're getting some kind of return. So go here with section, and I'll say hello from basic example. Like so, let's save that. And then, of course, we need to navigate to app.js, import that component, the basic one. So import basic from, and then basic component. And since there's going to be the Airtable component as well, I'll set this up as React fragment, since I cannot return two adjacent components. So this is going to be my parent one, and I'll simply render my basic component. I'll close the sidebar, and I'll navigate back to localhost 3000, and there it is. Now I have hello from basic example. Let's see what is my zoom level. That should do it. And then I'm going to go back to the basic one. And like I said, first I would want to set up state value for the product. And in the beginning, it's just going to be a empty array, products, set products here, and that is equal to my use state, and it's just going to be an empty array. That's good. Then we'll set up a fetch data or fetch products function, which is going to run when our component mounts. And it's going to be synchronous, and that's why I will set up right away a sync function. So const fetch data, and that one is equal to my sync function. Now I'm not going to pass anything in there. We'll just say that it is a function. We'll set up try catch. We're not going to do anything if there is an error. Let's just skip that part. And I would want to right away destructure the data out of the Axios, because remember, with the Axios we get a giant object. However, the data that we're looking for is sitting in data property, and I'm just destructuring it right away. So I'll go with axios.get, and I'll pass the URL. Again, let me repeat, you can use this URL. However, if you get the course error, that just means that you'll have to use the data from your own app that you have deployed, because of course the generous 125,000 requests that the Netlify offers have been exceeded. All right. And then we'll go with set products, and we'll just pass in data. So initially this is going to be an empty array. And then once the component mounts in the product as a state value, I should have these values. And like I said, I'll do that once the component mounts. That's why we'll run our use effect here. And I'll just pass in empty array. And let's just say fetch data. Let's invoke it. Now, if you want, we can console log, or we can simply use React DevTools. Let's do it this way. Let's go to serverless React. I'll refresh. We'll inspect, and we go to components. There is our app, and there's our basic component, and notice the state. Now, of course, state has the products value. Awesome. And once we have the products, then of course I just need to work on my return. Like I said, this is going to be a very simple example where essentially I would want to set up some kind of styling. So I'll pass some classes here as well. We'll say section, section center. And then we're going to go with div with the class of title. Inside of the title, we're going to set up a heading 2 with text of basic setup. And let's add the underline as well. So we're going to have div with the class of title underline. And once we save it, this is what we should see, the basic setup. And now, of course, I just want to iterate over my products. And then for every product, return a article. So right after the title div, we're going to set up another div with the class of products. And inside there, we're going to go with the products map. So we're mapping over the state value. Each and every product is going to be represented by the parameter of product. And then I know that inside of that product, inside of that object, I have properties of ID, image, which is an object itself. However, there's a URL property that I'm interested. This one, this is going to give me that image. And then, of course, you know the rest. You know the name as well as the price. Just destructure that right away. I'm going to go with const, and we're looking for ID. And we'll need that for the key because, of course, this is React. And we're looking for URL here as well. Then price as well as name. And that one is coming from the product, like so. And once we have destructured this data, then, like I said, we just need to worry about our return. And I'm returning an article. And I'll close this one. Let's add a class name here right away. Product. And remember, in React, if we have a list, we need to have the key prop. And inside of the key prop, we just need to pass something unique. And in our case, of course, that is an ID. Then let's set up our image. For the source, we'll use the URL. For the alternative, we use the name. And then, of course, I'll set up the info. So div with the class of info. And inside of the info, what I would want is to go with heading 5. And we'll pass in the name. And then we have another one. And this is going to be the price. So here, let's go with price. And we'll add a little bit of styling. That's why we'll have class name of price. And let's add a $sign as well. So let's add this one. Let's save it. And this is what we should see on a screen. Again, extremely basic setup where if you want to set up the API that's going to be consumed by multiple applications, you simply create a project. You set up the serverless function. Don't forget about the header. Otherwise, you'll get course errors. You deploy that project, which in my case, of course, is this one, Serverless Functions course. And then that's my function. And of course, once it's live from any application, you can access this data. Just keep in mind that as far as the free tier, it is 125 requests. And again, if you have many users, trust me, you will run out of that quickly. If it's just you using, of course, you should be in good shape. So we're done with our basic example. Now, of course, let's take a look at how we can add our serverless function to our React app. Because in this case, we're simply fetching from external API. Now I would want to add the serverless function to our project. And of course, we'll be fetching from our own server. Nice. And we're going to start setting up our serverless function. So I'll split this up in a few videos so the videos are not extremely long. And we'll start by creating a component. And I'll say here, Airtable, that's going to be my name, Airtable.js. And again, I'm using my snippets to create my component. And I'll say hello from Airtable. So, all right, we save that one. Then again, we navigate to app.js, import, and then we're importing Airtable from the component name. And then, of course, right after the basic one, I would want to render. Let's save it. And if I navigate to localhost 3000, I should have hello from Airtable. Awesome. Once that one is in place, now, of course, I would want to create my serverless function. And remember, in Netlify TOML, we already have the command where we point to the functions folder. So, of course, we need to create a folder. And then we have a redirect as well. So in the root, I'll create a new folder and I'll call this functions, of course. So let me zoom in. Notice functions folder. And then within the functions folder, I'll create a new file and I'll call this product and JS. Now, here's what I would want. I would want to get that function where I combined both the value for all the products and then for the specific one. And if you need to jog your memory, what am I talking about? Well, I'm going to open up a new window and now I'm grabbing our serverless functions. So the previous project, I'll dump it. And then let me just showcase where I'll close everything that I have currently open. And we're just looking in the functions. And then we're looking for that complete one. That's the code that I would want to get. Again, I don't see the point of retyping everything from the scratch. Just go back to the starter, the serverless function starter, go to the complete one. Or if you don't have the complete one, then of course, get the code from both of these ones. So you'll have to set up two functions. In my case, I have the code for both of them. So I'll copy this one and keep in mind that these values are not changing. We just need to create that .env. And I also installed .env package in our React one. So you should have access to that one as well as Airtable node. So save it, or I'm sorry, I guess copy that, navigate to the functions and products. So this is going to be the React app, copy and paste. That should be the code. And of course, we right away can create a .env file because we'll be looking for this value. And we still need to use the .env, even though it is a React app one. And then get the secret key from your Airtable. Again, I'll copy and paste it. And then I should have the products available. Now, at this point, though, I don't want to run this on localhost 3000. Here's the key. Now I have a serverless function. So, of course, at this point, what I would want is to run npm. And you know what? Let me just clear the console first. So npm and then run and netlify. And you'll notice something really, really cool where netlify CLI is very smart. It can see that we have a React app with create React app. So there's going to be two apps. There's going to be one that's served on localhost 3000. So that is going to be the create React app. And then there's going to be one again on localhost 888. See, notice here we have still this localhost 3000. And by the way, if you don't believe me, see over here, localhost 3000. So we still have this app in place. Now, the gotcha, of course, is following where, of course, since we have our serverless function, I want to run the rest of my code. Essentially, I want to test the rest of my code on localhost 888 because on localhost 3000, I will have no access to my serverless function. So let's check it out. We're going to go here with API, and then we're not looking for one hello. We're looking for products. Why? Because that's how I named my serverless function. And now if everything is correct, I should see my products. Why? Well, because I have all the code in there, right? I already have, let me open up my products. Yep, there it is. So I have .env, so I can get my environment variables. I get the Airtable node. I get the base. I already have the API key. I'm looking for the table by the name of products. Everything is exactly the same. And then rest of the functionality. And once we have this data, now, of course, I can fetch it in my Airtable component. That's all we have to do, similarly to what we did with a vanilla JS approach. Beautiful. So now let's just set up our return. And the way we're going to do that first, I'll remove the tab for the GitHub. And again, you can keep the 3000 open if you want, but I'll go to 888 like so. So as you can see, we still have our app. And now, of course, I'll just want to work on this component. And I think I can close this one as well. So this is the URL to the complete project where we were getting the two basic API. So this is where we're getting that function and then the data that we are displaying in our basic component. So I'll close this one. I'll just leave the product function open just in case I would want to take a look at the values, but it should be pretty straightforward where we have array, and then that's not what I wanted. Where we have array, we have some objects, and then inside of the object, we just have 4 properties: ID, name, URL, and price. And of course, in the Airtable component, I would just want to fetch it from my function. So that's not going to be a external API. I'm sorry, external URL. It's going to be local URL. It's going to be coming from my own server. And then we'll do the same thing, iterate over data, and just render those products. So let's navigate back. We are, and by the way, this probably is my serverless function one starter. So let me close it. I don't need it anymore. And I would want to navigate to the React project. Please don't confuse the two. Now I would want to do my work over here. I'll close the terminal, and we'll need to import some stuff as well, just like we did in the basic one. So we're going to go with use effect again. We'll use state, and much of the functionality, as you can tell, is going to be pretty similar. The only difference, of course, is the different URL. And also when we are getting the data, when we're destructuring, of course, we have right away 4 properties. So technically you can copy and paste and then just alter the data. In my case, I'll rewrite it from the scratch because I think it's just going to be a bit more easier to understand. So we're going to go again with Axios for easier fetch requests. So we're going to go with Axios. And then eventually there's going to be a link component from React Router DOM, but we're not going to set that up right now. And we're looking for URL and then / API and then products. Why? Well, because that's where our serverless function is located. Then we have our Airtable component, of course, where we go with const products, again, same deal, and set products. That is equal to our use state, and we pass in empty array, like so. And same deal, we set up fetch data. So const fetch and data. And that is our function. It's going to be an async function right away. And inside of this function, again, we go with try catch, and we'll just be looking for data coming from Axios. And I'll set it equal to that. So we'll go with await axios.get, and we'll pass in the URL. So this is going to be the URL on our own server where we have the product. And then we just go with set product and pass in data. Again, if you want, you can console log it. In my case, I think I'm just going to use the React DevTools. So localhost 888 inspect. And if we take a look at the components and Airtable one, at the moment, state is empty. Now, why is the state empty? Because I haven't called the use effect yet. So we're going to go here with use effect. And again, we'll pass in our callback function, of course. And then we'll say that dependency array is going to be empty. And we'll just say fetch data. So once we fetch the data in the Airtable, yep, there it is. Of course, now our state has 3 values, our 3 products. And similarly to the basic one, like I said, we're going to go with section. We'll add some classes here. We'll say section center. And then inside of this section, we're just going to go with our title again. So title, and we'll say heading to Airtable. And let's add that underline as well, just because it looks better. Underline. All right, awesome. And then same deal, we're just iterating over the products. So let's set up a div with a class of product, and then inside of it, we'll go with product. We're mapping over, and you already know the deal. Every product is going to be an object, and then what I would want is to set up some kind of parameter, in my case, product, and I'll write away the structure ID, URL, then price, and name. And eventually this is going to be linked to a separate page, but we haven't set up our React Router DOM yet. That's why, for the time being, it is going to be a article. And then eventually we'll set it up as a link. So let's go with article. And we need to add a class name again of product. As you can see, the styling is exactly the same. We're going to go with key is equal to ID. And inside of this article, I would want to set up again my image. I'll use the source, and that one will be URL. Then we'll add a name here, of course. And then we would want to have a div with a class of info and two heading fives, one for name and one for price. So let's set this up. We're going to go name, copy, and paste. I would want to close it, of course. And this is not going to be name, it's going to be price. Let's add here a $sign as well. And we're going to add a class of price. So once we save it and we navigate back to our project, we should see two products. One coming from the basic setup. This is, of course, where we fetch the third-party API, which, by the way, we created ourselves with Netlify functions. And then the second one is coming from our own server. So this is where we set up a serverless function for our own React project. So you have two flavors. That's really up to you, which one you would like to choose. And next video, I'll show you how we can set up separate pages. Now, if you remember, when we were setting up our functions for Airtable products, when we combined two of them, one for all the products and one for single product, the result was following, where if we navigate to the URL of API and then whatever is the function name, which in our case is product, we're going to get all the products. However, if I navigate to localhost 888, and then we're going to go with API, and again, the name is product. And if we pass in the query string where we set up the ID, and of course, ID needs to have some kind of value, meaning it needs to be a valid ID. Otherwise, we'll spit back the error. Then, of course, we'll get the info about that one specific product. And we'll use this info to build a single page, where, of course, in the basic setup, we don't have that one. But in the Airtable, if I click on the link on the product, then, of course, I navigate to a single product page. And then I fetch the data about that one specific product. And of course, logic hasn't changed. So if I'll pass the ID that doesn't return any product, I'll just get a no product with an ID of whatever. And if we take a look at the console, we should get a 404. So in the console, of course, there is. I have 404, since that is the response that we're sending from the product. So if we try to retrieve the product with that ID, there's no such product. So in the Airtable node, if there's a product, or I'm sorry, error property on a product, then of course we just return 404. Now for this one, I will use the React router DOM because I think it is just going to be easier. And the way we'll set this up in the source, let's create a new file. I'll call this product.js. Again, I'll use my snippets. And I'll say single product. And then in this case, I'll set this up in the index.js, where of course we would need to have few imports from the React router DOM. And let me close the sidebar. We go here with import. We look for browser router as router. Then we're looking for route. And all of that is coming from React router DOM. Now, I'm not going to set up the error page. That's why I'm not going to use the switch statement. So I'll just go with browser router as router and route. And then, of course, I also would want to import that single product. So the way my setup is going to work, if I navigate to the home page, I'll have basic setup and Airtable. So essentially, that is going to be my app component. And then for the single product, I'll return that product component that we just set up with that dummy value that we're returning. So I'll go with product from and product component. And by the way, I don't know why it's not returning a product. Let me see. Because I named it products, my bad. So rename, and we're going to go with product. And again, we're importing from the product. And now let's set up a structure for the React router, where we go with a router. And then inside of the router, we'll have two paths, basically two routes. One path is going to be a homepage. And in this case, I'll set it up as exact because why not? And inside of this route, let's see, exact we have as true. And then inside of this route, I would want to render my app, like I said, app component. And then, of course, I'll set up another route. And this one will be to that single product. Just keep in mind that, of course, it is going to be a placeholder. We set up the page for the single product. And we'll have to use, of course, URL parameters. Where for the path, I'm going to go /, and I'll remove that exact one. And we'll say here colon and product ID. So eventually, of course, there's going to be a link. We'll pass that ID. And then in that single product, we'll get it. And I guess let's just start there. We're back in the Airtable JS. I'm going to go back and I'll import a link from React Router DOM, and then instead of the article, we'll return a link. And now we just need to make this dynamic, where we'll set up two, and we need to go with template literal, and essentially I would want to access that ID. So I'll say / and then ID. And since I have set up React Router DOM, now of course I'm passing in this product ID. So every time I'll click on this product, which is a link, I'm going to navigate to the product page, but I'll pass the product ID like so. And again, if you're not familiar with the setup, please watch other videos where I show how it's done as far as React Router DOM. So save the Airtable JS. And if we navigate to our current product, or I'm sorry, our current project, then we can refresh just so we can start from the scratch. And there it is. Now I have a link outside of the router. So if you get this bug, we simply need to navigate back to the index and just check. And there it is. Of course, I have two setups for app. I didn't remove it. So we have one app where we pass it in the route, and then we have a product that we pass in the second route. So make sure that you remove that app because otherwise you'll get that error. Let me refresh, and there it is. Now I have the basic setup, and here I have the Airtable. So now, since these ones are links, and we can clearly see that since our cursor is changing as we hover over it, notice how we navigate to the product component, but I pass this ID like so. And I can navigate back, of course, and you'll see that this value will be different. So each and every time we click on a product, we pass the product ID in our URL because we use URL parameters from React Router DOM. And now we simply need to go to the product.js, our component, and we just need to probably set up the loading. We need to set up use params, which is a hook from React Router DOM because, of course, I would want to get that ID. And then I would just want to render my product. That's all we have to do. So let's go to the product.js. And you know what? I'll close everything that I have currently open in my editor just so it's cleaner. So we're going to go with product.js. And here there's going to be a few more things that are coming from React. We have use state. We have use effect, like so. And I also would want to get the axios because, of course, we'll be fetching product data from our product function. We'll just add that query parameter there. Axios from axios, like so. And then we also have a link because there's going to be a link back home, back to the home page, and also use param since I would want to access that product ID. And that one is coming from React Router DOM. And once we have this set up in the product, and by the way, since the name originally was product, that's why I have both for component as well as export as product. So I'll change it. Now you don't have to, there's a default export, so it doesn't really matter, but in my case, I will. Then let's set up loading since it might take a little bit of time. Set loading, and by default, it's going to be true. So use state, we'll set this equal to true. Then we'll go with our product. So const product, and we'll set product equal. I guess let's just start with null. So by default, it's going to be null. And then in order to get that product ID that we have in the URL, we simply go with const, and we're going to get back the object. So for time being, let's just go with data, and I'll invoke that use params hook that is coming from React or DOM, and I'll console log the data. And you'll see that every time we navigate to our product page, we'll have in a console a ID. And let's see, so we have use params data, and for some reason I cannot see. There it is. Now, once I refresh, I have product ID, and here I have the value. Now we'll need this value because, of course, we want to set up another fetch request, right? So I'll right away the structure product ID, and of course, if you named it Bugs Bunny in the index.js, just make sure that you use the same value. In my case, I named it product and then uppercase ID. That's why in the product component, I'll use the same name. And then the same deal, we go with const fetch, and we'll call this data. Again, let's just stay consistent. Let's name it all the time the same. And again, we have try catch. Now the URL is going to be a bit different, right? So we're going to go const data. That is going to be my product data that is coming back. Await axios and then get. And now, of course, the URL, we'll set it up as a template literal. Why? Because we'll pass in this product ID. And remember, in order to get info about single product, we went with API product, like so. Then we need to have question mark ID, and then whatever is the product ID. So we go with product ID. And if everything is correct, I'm going to go with set product equal to data. Just keep in mind one thing, that we'll have to do a little bit of destructuring here. Let's say we have the ID, and what we're actually looking for is the fields property. So we'll have to do a little bit of extra work, but regardless whether we get the data or there's an error, I would always want to set loading to false. Set loading, and that one is equal to false. And once this is in place, I'm just going to go with use effect, and I'll pass in my callback function empty dependency array, and let's just say fetch and data. We will invoke it, and let's set up a if statement if we're loading, and then if we're not loading, then of course let's just destructure the data. So we're going to go with if loading. If that is the case, then I would want to return a section, and I'll add some classes here. So say class name, section center, and then instead of the section, we'll set up a heading 2 with loading ... Okay, that's good. And then if we're not loading, then of course there's going to be a return. But what I would want to do first is right away destructure what I'm looking for from my product. Now I'm not going to console log the data because I already showed you in the browser, but what I would want is to go with fields. So that is coming from the product. And again, we're able to access that because I'm assuming that there is no error. If you want to set it up with error, of course, you just need to add more data. And more specifically from the fields, I would want to right away get name, then description, and then price, as well as the image. And that one is coming from the fields. And I'll just console log the name. I'm not going to console log the rest of them. We're going to navigate back to our project, and I'll spin this up, and there it is. I have blue sneakers. So that means that I have access to the data. If I'll navigate back to my home page and I'll go with this one, I should have pink shoes. So I'm loading for a second, and then I display these pink shoes. So now, of course, we simply need to set up our return. So we're going to go here with a section, and then let's remove it. We'll set up some classes as well. So class name, section center. And then instead of the section, let's set up that link back home. So link to, and we're navigating back home. So we'll go with /, and also let's add a little bit of styling of a link. Now, inside of the link, what I would want is some kind of text. So I'll say back home like so. Let's save that one. And then right after the link, let's set up a div. And then inside of that div, we'll have a title div. And then again, the same deal. We're going to go with heading to, in this case, the name will be dynamic. That's why I'll access the name. And I'll add that title underline as well. Let's save it. There it is. Now we have pink shoes as well as the link back home. And it doesn't look like I added CSS, so I'll have to capitalize it myself. And of course, I can do it also if we go to the CSS, but I'll skip that part. And then, okay, we have the div. And right next to this div, I'm going to have the article. And the class name will be single product, like so. And we're going to go with an image. Again, there's going to be a class eventually. So why don't we add right away the CSS? We'll say single product and then img. And now, of course, for the source, we need to look for the image. But remember, we were not doing any destructuring in our API. So we need to go with image 0 because image is an array and we're looking for the first item, then URL. And then we'll have access to the image. Now, again, I'll add the name for my alternative. And then we simply want a div with 2 values or 3 values. My apologies. We also have description in this case. So we'll go with heading 5 and we're looking for name. Then copy and paste. This is where the price is going to be displayed. So class name and price. And of course, I'm looking for the value of price. And then lastly, we have a paragraph with description. That's all we have to do. So description here. And there it is. If we navigate back to the browser, this is what we should see. So once we refresh, this is going to be our look. Now, there's one thing missing here, and that is the fact that div needs to be placed within the article. My bad. So now, of course, we have the CSS as well. So navigate, and there it is. Now we have our single product set up as well. All right. And once we're done with our project, now, of course, it's time to deploy it. However, there are some gotchas that I would like to cover when it comes to React projects and deploying them with serverless functions on Netlify. That's why I'll first go back to Netlify TOML. And by the way, if you want to see the code we'll be typing, just navigate to a README. And first, what I would want is to add a build command. Because remember, with Create React App, we have a command that builds our project, right? So we need to tell Netlify, hey, what is the command? And we need to go with command. And then, of course, the value is npm run build. And then we need to showcase a published directory. And we do that by pointing to / and build. So let's do that. I'm going to go to my TOML file, which I cannot find for some reason. And again, just to stay consistent, let's add these tabs here. And what I would want is to have a command. That was the name. So we go here and we can go in front of the functions or after. I don't think it really matters, but I think I'm going to set it up before. Command is equal to npm run. And then we go with build. So then I would want to go with my publish directory. And that one will be equal to a / and build. So that's out of the way. And then we have one more thing. If you took my React course, you know that once we deploy a React app that has React for our DOM, we actually need to set up redirects. And just to showcase that, I'm going to go to GitHub. I'm looking for the comfy sloth. That was our React project, the e-commerce project, the big project we built during the course. And if you take a look at the public folder, you'll notice this redirects file. And in here, we simply say that every route is going to be redirected to index.html. Now, if you add this file with that code to React project, what's going to happen? Well, these redirects that we have for our functions is not going to work. So either you would need to remove this redirect for the API, or you would need to remove that file. Now there's a solution though, where I can still keep my API option. So that's just going to make it easier. And then of course I can just set up another setup redirect, because if you don't, then every time there's going to be a path to API, it's going to be redirected home. And then you won't be able to access that from your code. Remember, we have been using all the time this /API and then the function name. But if we add this file, the redirect file, in the public folder, then our functionality won't work. Now, if you don't add this redirect file, then of course another issue is that your React router won't work. So the solution is following, where we set up another set of redirect. So we don't create a file in a public, we don't pass it in. Instead, what we do is we go with redirect again, and we just type out that anything from, and in this case, of course, we're looking for / and the star. So any URL, and then to, and of course that one will be equal to / index HTML. Again, this is specific to React router DOM. If you're not using it, then you don't need to add it. And we go with status and 200. So we save it and check it out. Now, of course, everything is going to work once we deploy our app. Because first, when we're looking for API, everything is awesome. We direct to Netlify functions. And then if the React router DOM needs it, then we just navigate back to index HTML. So that's how both of them can play together. The redirect for our Netlify functions, and then redirect for React router DOM. And before we continue, one quick thing that I would like to mention is that if you take a look at the package JSON, notice the build command. So I added this CI and then $. And if you don't add that one, you might get some strange bugs where the project works locally, but then once you try to deploy it on Netlify, it's going to spit back that there was an error. So that's why I added it. And also, as a side note, I added the code to the README. So if you ever want to use it in your other project, just copy and paste this line of code and you're going to be in good shape. And once we have this one in place, I'm going to start by removing a Git repo, because I think I wanted to do that, but I forgot. So I'm going to go with remove rf and git, because I'll create a new one and I'll go to my GitHub, even though I had the tab open, and I'll say new, and I'll call this serverless func and react. So that's going to be the name of this project. Then I would want to copy these 3 commands, and let's just run git add, git init first, git add, and git commit. And commit message is going to be first commit. So, and then I'll copy and paste these 3 commands. And once I have everything in place, I should see in the repo my project. Now, what's missing, of course, is the .env, of course, right? And that is on purpose because we don't want to share our secret variables. So we're going to go to Netlify and we'll spin up a new project. We'll say new site from Git. We're looking for GitHub. And since I named my one serverless, so we'll go with serverless func. And we'll have multiple options. At least in my case, I'm going to have multiple. But, and of course, here it says serverless. Let's do it this way. And we should see the last one. So I don't want to deploy the star. I don't want to deploy the temp one. What I'm looking for is this serverless function React. And then notice here I have right away npm run build, and the directory is built. And by the way, there is a bug. This one should be built. So let me go back then. I don't want to do that. I want to push this up to the GitHub. Let's say Tamil bug fixed. And once I have fixed my bug, now of course I'm going to do it one more time where I'll refresh. All right, so I have Tamil bug fixed. And let's do it. I'm gonna go with login, new site from GitHub, and we're looking for serverless, and the repo name was serverless func react. And like I said, we have npm run build and then publish directory build. And if we won't add the environment variables, of course, we'll get the error when we try to deploy the project. So at that point, we can either do it through the GUI or we can add it right now. And that's why I'll navigate back to my project and we're looking for .env. Grab the key and pass in the value. And once you do that, everything should work. I'm going to go with deploy site. Now, it's going to take a little bit of time. So meanwhile, I'll change the site name. And we're going to go with serverless func and react example. All right, let's save that one. And I'll resume the video once the build is complete. All right, and once Netlify is done building our site, we can navigate. Notice this is going to be the simple setup where we're just fetching data from our previous serverless functions project. And then the second one is the Airtable, where essentially we're fetching data from our own server because we have a serverless function. And if we want to navigate to API and then products, of course, there it is. We'll have our data and also our redirects are going to work with React Order Down. If I navigate to a single product page and if I refresh, notice there's no bug. There is no error. Everything works. Awesome. That's how we can set up our React project with serverless functions. Whether we just want to fetch data from some other serverless functions project, or we can add a serverless function to our React application, and we're going to be in good shape.